will grow from 5 to 8 million people in the next few decades. They need to live somewhere. Some will choose to live here in Moreland. It's a great place to live. Moreland Council knows the challenges and opportunities that this increase in population brings. With 43,000 more people living here by 2036, there are important things to consider, plan for and act on. Things like housing, transport, our open spaces and managing the impacts of construction activity. 43,000 new people, or around 18,000 new households, means taller buildings or more buildings on existing blocks. This is not what many of us are used to, but lifestyles are changing and we need to adapt. We want to encourage these taller buildings to be located near public transport routes and where daily needs like shopping and community services are just a walk away. This way, more people won't mean lots more traffic and congestion. More flexible use of our industrial land can help too. Some land can change to accommodate new work and local jobs, and some can provide housing for more people. We are also looking at ways that some housing can remain more affordable. Council is actively buying property to improve and purchase new parks and open spaces for all residents to enjoy. This is about thoughtful planning for a great future for everyone. The things we love, the vibrant and thriving shopping areas, our great heritage areas will still be here. But changes need to happen. We want to make sure that any development is of high quality and improves livability. So we're making decisions based on research, data, world's best practice and consultation with the community. Together, we can continue to make Moreland a great place to live for our long-term residents, our new arrivals and for those who'd like to live here in the future. Moreland, one community, proudly diverse. By 2036, it's estimated there'll be 43,000 more people living here in Moreland. And they're all going to need to move about. To walk, cycle, drive, bus, tram, train, use shared vehicles, and whatever technology emerges next. Smart, effective transport is vital. So Moreland Council has plans to help keep us moving now and into the future. Our road network is already congested and more cars will only make that worse. We need to limit the number of additional cars travelling and parking around our city if we want to keep our quality of life or make it better. Building wider or more roads isn't the answer. There just isn't land available without immense cost. The answer is in making other forms of transport more attractive, practical, accessible and available. We're lucky. Parts of Moreland are rich with transport options. In these areas, there are more opportunities to change the way we move around. And we're working to create even more transport options for everyone throughout Moreland. We're going to give more space to pedestrians and cyclists and work with the state government to improve public transport. We want residents who move into new housing that's close to public transport and shopping areas to bring fewer cars with them. We're encouraging this by allowing fewer spaces within these new buildings and continuing to limit access to on-street parking permits for these new residences. This will only happen in activity centres and not in other parts of the city. Parking restrictions already exist in many parts of the city, and we're going to extend these to better manage parking in and around our business and shopping areas. We don't want the sought-after parking in these areas taken up all day by just one car. We want to ensure the spaces can be used by multiple people visiting our shops, doing business, using our facilities and spending time in cafes and restaurants. Of course, for some people and situations, car travel is a necessity. We're not stopping that. We're encouraging viable alternatives because small changes can lead to big differences. That change starts with us. Victoria's population is growing, and Moreland is growing too. It's estimated that the Melbourne area will grow from 5 to 8 million people in the next few decades. They need to live somewhere. Some will choose to live here in Moreland. It's a great place to live. Moreland Council knows the challenges and opportunities that this increase in population brings. With 43,000 more people living here by 2036, there are important things to consider, plan for and act on. Things like housing, transport, our open spaces and managing the impacts of construction activity. 43,000 new people, or around 18,000 new houses.
Good evening, councillors, members of the gallery and to our viewers live streaming tonight's meeting. My name is Councillor Natalie Aboud and I'm the Mayor of Moreland City Council and the chairperson of tonight's council meeting. It is my pleasure to welcome you to tonight's council meeting. Our meeting is being held on the traditional country of the Wurundjeri Woiwurrung people, and I wish to acknowledge them as the traditional owners. I would also like to pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging, and the elders from other communities who may be here today. I acknowledge that currently many Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people call Moreland home. I also acknowledge the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people I also acknowledge that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people never ceded sovereignty of their lands and have continuously cared for their country for over 60,000 years as the world's oldest living culture. Members of the gallery, please note this council meeting is being recorded and web streamed live to council's website and Facebook. The recording will also be available as video on demand. Gallery attendees are advised that they will be recorded during the meeting. Councillors, a reminder that in line with the adopted councillor conduct principles as outlined in the Councillor Code of Conduct, councillors should ensure that they conduct themselves in the meeting with integrity, impartially exercise their responsibilities in the interest of the local community and not improperly seek to confer or advantage any person. This behaviour will support the principles for leadership and good governance that secures public confidence in the office of councillor. Members of the gallery, in the event of an emergency or disruption, we may be required to take action to ensure the safety of attendees. Please follow the directions issued by council staff and security officers. Thank you for your understanding and cooperation. I'd like to introduce the other councillors in attendance tonight. Councillor Sue Bolton.
How's it going?
Welcome back, Councillor Anna-Olivia Carley-Hannon. Councillor Jess Dorney.
Hi.
The Deputy Mayor, Councillor Mark Riley.
Good evening.
Councillor Alia Farnley.
Hi.
Councillor John Kavanagh.
Good evening.
Councillor Dale Martin.
Hi.
And Councillor Oscar Yildiz. The officers in attendance tonight are the Acting Chief Executive Officer to my left, Grant Thorne, the Acting Director of City Infrastructure, Greg Gale, the Acting Director of City Futures, Philip Priest, the Director of Community Development, Arden Joseph, the Director of Engagements and Partnerships, Joseph Tobacco, the Director of Business Transformation, Sue Vucevic, the Unit Manager of Governance, Sally Curran, the Manager of Corporate Governance, Jodie Watson, and the Executive Manager of Finance, Liz Rowland. I'd like to also acknowledge two former mayors in the room this evening, former Mayor Higginbotham and former Mayor Anthony Hellel. Welcome to you both. And also the former member for Brunswick, Carlo Carley. Welcome to you. Councillors, I welcome back Councillor Carley-Hannon from her leave of absence. And I note that an extension of leave of absence has been requested by Councillor Davidson from 4th of August 2019 to the 20th of August 2019. This request was received prior to the conclusion of Councillor Davidson's earlier leave, and this is the first opportunity that the Council has had to consider it. We have also received a leave of absence request from Councillor O'Farnley from the period of 26th of August to the 13th of September 2019. So, councillors, will someone please move a motion to grant leave of absence for Councillor Davidson from the 4th to 20th of August and Councillor O'Farnley from the 26th of August to the 13th of September 2019. Councillor Kavanagh, and seconded by Councillor Martin. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. I noticed that Councillor Yildiz Councillor Tapanos is not in the room. Have we had any apologies from fellow councillors?
I understand Councillor Tapanos is on his way.
Okay, good to know. Thank you very much. So I'll now move on to disclosure of interests and conflicts of interest. Councillors, are there any interests or conflicts of interest to declare, please? No. Okay, I'll move on to the confirmation of the minutes of previous meetings. So, councillors, could I please have a motion for the confirmation of the minutes of the special council meeting held on the 10th of July 2019 and the ordinary council meeting on the 10th of July? Councillor Kavanagh? And a seconder? Councillor Farnley. Is there any debate on this item? No amendments or changes? I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. Councillors, now that we've confirmed the minutes and as we do not have any special committees, we'll move on to petitions. Councillors, there are no petitions on tonight's agenda. Do you have any petitions to be tabled on behalf of residents? No? Okay. I'll ask if any member of the gallery has any other petitions to be tabled this evening. Nothing from the gallery? Thank you. Now, before I move on to public question time, I just wanted to make a quick report that I've heard back from Noina Di Lorenzo, who's doing very well in her new job, and send our regards to all of our regards to her this evening. So, public question time. This is an opportunity for 30 minutes for people to raise questions with councillors. I will outline the process. Please note that if your question relates to a matter on any of the reports, this is the time to raise the question with us. Questions can also be submitted online prior to the meeting, and thank you to the people who have done that today. A maximum of 2 questions is allowed per person, and questions that relate to a matter listed in the agenda will be dealt with first. When I invite you or your representative must ask the question without taking longer than 2 minutes. I will ring a bell at 1 minute and 45 seconds, which means that you have 15 seconds to complete your question. If you've submitted a second question, it may, at my discretion, be deferred until all other persons who have submitted questions have asked their first question, or not be asked if the time allotted for public question time has expired. A maximum of 3 questions will be heard on any one subject, and we'll proceed on to the next topic, and if time allows, return to the previous topic. Either myself or another councillor will answer your question, or I will ask the Chief Executive Officer to either provide a response or refer it to another council officer. As detailed in the Meeting Procedure Local Law Section 3517, as chairperson, I have the right to disallow certain questions if they are defamatory, indecent, abusive, offensive, irrelevant, trivial or objectionable in language or substance. If a response to your question is provided at tonight's meeting, there will be no further formal response provided. However, Council will action any commitments made answering the question. Question time can only be extended for one 30-minute period, which will give us a whole hour, and only for the purpose of responding to questions that are related to matters listed on this evening's agenda. If your question cannot be answered, it will be taken on notice and responded to between now and the next council meeting and reported in the governance report. We have 30 minutes and I want to make sure that we hear all of the questions, so I request that councillors who answer address each question succinctly. So question time will commence at 7:08. And Jack, I've got you on the top of the list. Joe DePouche, if you would like to come forward as well. Thank you, Joe. Step up and take your turn.
Hi, Joe DePouche. My question is, does the council know when the level crossing removal project will commence? And by that I mean the rail stops and the major works begin.
Thank you.
And how long will it take to complete that project?
When will it commence and how long will it take? Thank you. Joseph? I'll just ask the Director for Engagement and Partnerships to answer for you, Joe.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Council has not received a detailed
listing of the project timelines and what is foreshadowed. However, what we do understand and what has been posted in the gallery today is a publication which will keep regularly updated as information is made available to us. At this current point in time, we understand that later this year, the Bell to Moreland level crossing removal early works are due to commence. We don't have a specific date. In 2020, the proposed boom gates are there to be removed, as we understand, and the conclusion of the project at this current point, as we understand, is to be finished in 2021. We don't have specific dates, months or times at this particular point in time, but I'd encourage you to keep your eyes on the LXRP website as well as Council's website, and equally we'll make sure that information that is available is updated. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack.
Yep.
Good evening. Jack Manatee is my name. I'm a resident for over 31 years. I know I've got 2 minutes. I won't take it long. This is my third time I've been here about the LXRP project. Last time we were here, we were talking about a fight, making sure that we keep the pressure on LXRP to make sure that our 5 objectives are met. And because we had a couple of councillors not present, I thought I'd just reiterate, and I'm going to take 30 seconds. And what I did last time, there were 3 councils in the southeastern suburbs to the northeast road. They got together and they're fighting for the community. So, Mayor, Natalie, it's important that you get all the council behind you, and I'm looking at all the councillors on the left and right hand side. I'd like all of them to be right behind Natalie on our quest to resolve our obtain our 5 objectives, which we know is about heritage, environment. What else is it? The active transport, integrated transport, and the public realm. Following up on the first on the question in regards to when the project's going to start, I've got 2 questions here. Has the council and/or council officers seen the reference design, horizontal and vertical alignment of the LXRP at Bell Street and at Moreland Road?
Do you want to ask the second question as well?
Okay. Is council aware of the recently advertised heritage removal of the signalling buildings at Munro Street?
Okay, so to the second question, yes, we are. We became aware this afternoon, and there's something coming later on in the agenda, an amendment to Councillor Bolton's notice of motion on the LXRA project that will address that issue, and I can probably bring that forward so that we can deal with it sooner. Regarding leading a fight, I'm the first among equals, and all of us are on the same page with the level crossing removal project, and we want the best outcome for the city. So we've finalised the details for the CARG, the Community Action Reference Group. I'm the chair, but all councillors are welcome to join, and those who aren't swamped under with other things going on in their lives will probably come to some of those meetings. But certainly I'm representing the whole group. We're unanimous on this stuff as far as I'm aware. And I'll ask Joseph to answer your question about seeing reference designs, horizontal and vertical alignment of the LXRP at Moreland and Bell Street. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, officers have been working with the Level Crossing Removal Authority for quite some time now. Obviously, a number of documents in terms of council's policy positions. It's established consideration of this particular topic over a number of years has obviously been informing those discussions. In terms of detailed designs, we have not seen detailed designs of what is proposed. However, I should mention that the application, which is currently advertised on the Heritage Victoria website, does contain some material, including the program business case. There are also some scope documents where there are some cross sections which are featured within those documents. We haven't had an opportunity to read through all of those, but I would probably encourage you, if you are interested, to understand a little bit more about the project, that there might be some more information that hasn't been publicly available to this point.
The reason I said reference design and not detailed design is that the tender went out on a reference design, and the contractor bidded against that reference design. So there is a vertical and horizontal alignment that will actually show what is impacted both vertically and horizontally. So I'm
Jack,
just surprised.
Have a conversation.
Okay.
Yep. We can talk later,
Okay.
and we will see the designs, and we will read.
So the answer was no, you haven't seen the reference design.
Yeah, the answer is no. Councillor Bolton, stay there, Jack.
Sort of, in a sense, it's a follow-up question, because I understand that LXRP hasn't presented really any designs to council, but I'm aware, or maybe is council aware, that John Holland, the lead contractor, has been showing some sort of designs. I don't know what state they're in, what the correct terminology is for the particular designs, to some organisations that are located very close to the level crossing removal. Is council aware of that? Or so it sort of means that there's something out there, I just don't know what it exactly is.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. I think it's a good idea if anybody knows anybody from John Holland or is the person who has seen those plans, feel free to bring them to us so we can see them as well. And when we do see them, you'll know.
Good. Okay, I've got my answer.
Yeah, okay, good. Thank you, Jack. John Engler, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors. My first question is in regards to level crossing removal advocacy, but I'd preface it by saying I am a car driver, train user, cyclist and pedestrian. I use the Upfield bike path and Sydney Road. I frequent the businesses on Sydney Road, usually by bicycle and walking, not by car. And I thank the council for the motions tonight, and especially about the proposal to use Sydney Road as a detour when the Upfield bike path is closed due to level crossing removal. My question tonight is in regard to increasing infrastructure and prioritisation for walking and cycling as part of a level crossing removal, as part of minor road crossings at Reynard Street, Munro Street, Victoria Street, if this is opened up as part of Coburg Square development, and O'Hay Street. These are all local road crossings on the arterial cycling route of the Upfield shared use path, all covered in the level crossing removal planning scheme amendment. So my question is, what mechanisms for separation of and prioritisation of cycling and walking are being considered at these crossings over the vehicle traffic? And I'd also like to highlight as part of this, in particular, O'Hay Street, where the O'Hay Street path crossing of the railway line, in which cyclists proceeding east on the O'Hay Street path are asked to cross from the path onto the north side of the road, an on-road bike lane, to then cross the railway and then cross back over to either proceed further east along the path or down the Upfield path. So I think, that situation needs to be remedied as part of level crossing removal. So I note council has a commitment under the Moreland Integrated Transport Strategy for increasing priority and enhanced mode shift to cycling and walking. That's my first question.
Thank you, John. Thank you. Joseph?
Through you, Mayor, thank you for the question, John. The response to your first question is we understand from our discussions with the LXRP that there is a desire to create a separated cycling path and a pedestrian path. So that certainly is one of the principles that is being applied. That would be for the duration of the project length in its entirety. In terms of how the treatments are to be proposed at those crossing points at Munro and Reynard, we're unclear at this particular point in time. However, there is an agenda item later in the meeting tonight which will address that very topic.
Thank you.
I do have a second question. It's not on anything on the agenda. It arose in this last week.
I might get you to come back.
Okay.
Otherwise, we can take it on notice, just because
Sure.
I know there's a lot of other questions about stuff that's on the agenda and
Thank you.
the rules I'm dealing with. Thanks, John. Okay, Matthew Peckham, please. And Sarah Beaumont.
Pretty quick question. Has anybody proposed a acceptable reason for letting motorists store their cars on a public highway? And if they have, what is it? That's the question.
Thank you, Matthew. Phil?
Thank you, Matthew. Through the Chair, Council recognises the need for multiple modes of transport throughout our city, including the need for some people to use motor vehicles for transport who have a need to actually drive a car to actually access services with
talking about storing the
it's
car.
just, yep.
Yeah, sorry.
parking. Thank you.
Can you just say that last bit again? Because I was yelling at him. Sorry, Matthew.
So the answer was that Council recognises the need for multiple modes of transport throughout the city and to balance those competing needs. And with the use of private vehicles comes a need to actually park those vehicles also.
Stop them and leave them somewhere. Thank you. Thank you
I
for your
consider
question.
my question unanswered. Thank you.
That's not what he asked.
Sarah?
Hi, my name's Sarah. I'm a business owner in Sydney Road in Brunswick. And just in regards to the proposal to remove parking from Sydney Road for a 6-month trial, the proposal that the SRBA put forward was that cyclists use the current clearway lane permanently. It doesn't impact parking or traders. And the main volume of cyclists travel through Sydney Road during peak times. This will alleviate the stress on the upfield lane and give cyclists safe passage in, from and to Brunswick. Jonathan Nolan from Revitalise SR supported this plan, and we're wondering why the Moreland City Council wouldn't consider this plan.
So you're asking that the council support the idea that cyclists use the current clearway lane permanently?
No, rather that
During clearway times.
yeah. So as it is now in the morning and evenings, which is not during business hours, the cyclists use the clearway lane to ride. So why can't we continue?
Right. Councillor Hanley?
Sorry, what was your name again?
Sarah.
Sarah, thanks for coming in. I think what Sarah's alluding to, you guys, is option 4 of the 4 options that have been put forward by Vic Roads. And option 4 essentially calls for during clearway times, instead of that being used for cars as a thoroughfare, during clearway times we enable that to be used wholly for cyclists. So if cyclists want to get home safely between 4 and 6 to their homes in Coburg or Falkner or where that may be, they've got that road. I think you're alluding to the fact that Revitalise Sydney Road supported that, and also the Sydney Road Business Association also support that option. Tonight, the council officers have recommended option 3, but the councillors tonight will actually debate whether we support option 3 or look at an alternative option. So there's been no decision made at this stage, but I just take your point in terms of explaining the council officers have decided at this stage to support option 3 for the reasons listed in the report, but just sort of clarifying for the Mayor that it's option 4 that the Sydney Road Business Association is supporting.
Can I just clarify that that is what you mean? Because option 4 actually has protected bike lanes, some parking. There's not a clear way.
Yes, it is.
There's areas of widened footpath. Like it's not quite what you're talking about. So can I just clarify? Do you mean option 4 or some other, or for cyclists to use the clearway lanes?
So I just mean that for cyclists to use the clearway lanes.
Yeah, option 4 is a different thing.
No, it's not the same. No, it's not. It's the same thing.
Protected clearway lanes.
Okay, I don't think it's a question that we can answer right now, since we're having trouble understanding the question. But if you like, Well, we're going to discuss the whole thing in great depth fairly soon, so I think the whole thing will play out for you and you'll probably get your answer.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your understanding. Aaron? Sorry, I can't read your surname, Aaron.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thanks. I can't write either, don't worry about it.
That's fine. Have council considered the implications of removing parking essentially along all of Sydney Road and then effectively clogging up our side streets with parking that was meant for Sydney Road for residents like me that live off side streets?
Okay. Councillor Riley?
Thanks, Aaron. I guess people have considered that from time to time, but this proposal that's going up tonight isn't actually looking to remove all parking. It's actually looking at a couple of trials in different areas to see what those implications are, so we can actually start to get some data and manage it. So I think we're trying to be come to some sort of arrangement where we can actually explore these things, see what the impacts are, and work it out. There is quite a lot of parking off Sydney Road that we provide, and there's quite a large amount that's provided by private providers as well.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Riley.
Can I ask another one?
I just had the one question and I have a stack more questions.
All right. No,
so,
that's
yeah,
fine.
thank you.
Thank you.
Paul O'Sullivan.
Paul O'Sullivan, a long-time resident of the City of Moreland. The question is regarding option 3 on Sydney Road traffic. Considering the competition for public space on Sydney Road between vehicles, trams, cyclists and pedestrians, it's clogged the whole road up. Surely option 3, which takes parked vehicles off Sydney Road, is a start to a positive change. That's
Thank
my
you,
question.
Paul.
Sorry?
Thank you.
Yep.
I think we'll let that get answered in the debate about the item which is coming up. I think you'll well and truly get your answer to that question. I'm just going to check if I've had a lot of questions on the same issue, so I'll just make sure I'm not... Oh, we've still got a bit of time. Jaylene Faulkner.
Hi, I'm here as a resident and as a trader on Sydney Road. I had a few questions, so I'm not sure which one you pulled out. The one I've got on the top of my pile is, why is council pushing for the 6-month trial before Vic Roads has even released the survey results?
Bill, would you like to take this question? Any councillors like to answer?
I'm happy to.
Councillor Riley?
Look, I moved a motion last month regarding this to try and get some options happening, mainly because there's been a lot of discussion about this matter for many years. We've had deaths, we've had lots of injuries, and there's a lot of data that's coming out to show that. And what we're trying to do under our transport strategy is actually to get a fairer balance of the share of the road. Sydney Road's got particular problems because it's so narrow. So what we're trying to do is to use the closure of the railway line as an option, as an opportunity, rather than just as a loss, to see how we could actually explore that and to redirect bikes. Also, similarly, where the Neo Metro are building a dual station, we're trying to use that as an opportunity rather than, at the moment, cyclists are being disadvantaged by that. They have been for over 18 months. It's going to go on for another 18. We're just trying to use those as an opportunity to see what would happen if we do that. There's a lot of evidence worldwide to show that when you activate shopping strips and you actually provide lots of other options for people to get there, in addition to driving, that you actually get better trading, better income for people to do their business and to do their commerce. And there's a lot of evidence that's coming through around that. And I'd really like to see the Sydney Road Traders Association actually open their hearts and minds to that and actually explore the evidence as it's coming through. And that'll come through in the debate tonight, because there is quite a lot of evidence showing in North America and Europe where you can actually do that. You can actually get more, where you actually provide people to walk and ride and other forms of transport, that you'll actually get better use of that space and people doing more shopping as well.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. Thank
Sorry,
you.
the question...
Sorry, if I engage in a conversation, then I have to engage in a conversation with everyone. So it's just a question and answer scenario. But if there are any other councillors that would like to respond, they're more than welcome to.
It was just about why you didn't wait for the survey results. That was my question.
So the survey results that are in tonight's report
No, the Vic Road survey
Vic Road
that
survey.
everybody.
Well, we've actually done
participated
it. Well, we've done some of our own surveying already, and we already got some of those results to show that we need to do that. So, Vic Roads are leading. Sorry, Vic Roads are leading.
Can I just have a little bit of
Vic Roads are
quiet
leading.
from the gallery, just because it gets really chaotic if everyone starts yelling stuff out. We might not all agree, but we do need to respect each other. We don't all agree, and we still manage to respect each other. That's how this works, okay? Thank you.
Sorry, so just to, for not picking up your point, Vic Roads are managing this road, and tonight's decision is about an advocacy position. It's not taking a hard and fast position for the whole change on Sydney Road. It's actually trying to explore what those impacts could be, so we can actually get some data to work out how we might actually advocate further. So it's still dependent on Vic Roads looking at what we're saying. They've already got their data. That's not ours that we manage. That's their data, and we know this is coming, so we're trying to get the conversation happening ASAP. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. Farida Iqbal, I'm just going to move on to a different issue, and then we'll probably come back to the parking issue. Thank you.
Thanks. I have two questions about the Western Highway extension that threatens the sacred land of the Djab Wurrung people. And I'm pleased that Councillor Jeff Dorney proposed a motion about that already. My questions are on behalf of the Red Gum Cleaning Cooperative. The motion to support that's on the table to support the Djab Wurrung Embassy acknowledges 6 trees threatened by the Western Highway extension, but it isn't just 6 trees under threat, it's the sacred landscape itself, includes like the rocks and things. So we, the Red Gum Cleaning Cooperative, have drafted a stronger statement of support for the Djab Wurrung Embassy, and I think you've probably all got a copy. Because I sent it by email, so I've only got 2 minutes, so I won't read it out. But I was wondering if the Moreland Council would sign on to it, and also Councillor Dorney's motion proposes that the council writes to the federal government about the Djab Wurrung Embassy issue, and I think if that's voted up, that'll be a positive act. But like in the past, Moreland Council has also provided excellent practical support for grassroots community campaigns, and including the Yes campaign for marriage equality a couple of years ago, where the council offered things like meeting rooms free of charge to the campaign. I was just wondering if the council would be prepared to offer practical support to the campaign, to the Djab Wurrung Heritage Embassy, which might include a monetary donation or publicity on the council website or councillors visiting the embassy site. Like, this isn't an issue that is directly about the Moreland area. It's going on near the town of Ararat on Djab Wurrung country, but I think this is an issue that a lot of Moreland residents are concerned about. At Red Gum, we work and operate, live in Moreland, in the Moreland area, and we're taking this very seriously, and we're going up there, and we're probably going to make a donation too. Thanks.
Thanks, Farida. Stay there if you like, and I'll get an answer from Councillor Dorney. Would you like to address the question?
Thanks, Farida. Thank you for your interest on this really important issue. As you know, I'm raising a notice of motion later tonight on this exact issue, and there's actually quite a few amendments to how it's written in the agenda. Recognising not having any number of trees, and recognising the whole songline and the whole landscape is sacred to the Djab Wurrung people and needs to be protected. And there's a few other things where we're looking at some practical support and things as well. So, I can't preempt any decision that will come up when we look at the item, but thank you for your ongoing support and advocacy for the Djab Wurrung people and Aboriginal people more broadly.
Thank you, Councillor Dorney. Thank you. Because I think we've still got time to come back and get through all of the questions related to the road. I'm just going to move on to 3 questions that I have that are not on the agenda, and then we can go for an extension of time and get on with the rest of the questions. So Wasim Ehsan, if you're here. Wasim. And Romeo De Lorenzis. Thank you. Wasim, if you're in the room, feel free to come forward and you can address your question as well. Thank you, Romeo.
Thank you. Now to my questions. Now my question is, I've got a problem with the unconscionable and unjustified rate increase in all of City of Moreland this year. Now the question is, will council investigate if there was a value general contractor Option solution computer program malfunction this year? Question number 2, if there was a malfunction, is council going to immediately advise formally all property owners in Moreland? Number 3, if it is found that the value general contractor Option solution has intentionally inflated the value of the capital work, is council going to take legal action? That's 2. The reason why I'm asking this, if you don't mind, can I please explain why? Is that okay?
Yep.
Thank you. The reason why I'm asking why is I've got a few properties in Moreland, and the reason why I've actually looked into it is because, as you know, the property market has gone down this year. From last year to this year, property have decreased, and you guys have a knowledge on the internet. I can see your knowledge probably have come down a little bit. And I also have what this contractor has done as a knowledge as well. But what it's done, the contractor has done is the site value on the properties have decreased. And I've got 7 properties here that I can show you. They all have decreased. The site value has decreased. But what they've done, the capital improved value has increased. And not by a small margin, but very large margin. Some of them have actually increased by 130%. And what do we work out here? Now, site value, if people understand in here, and you guys understand because it affects you guys as well, whoever owns a property in Moreland, right? The site value means it's the land, right? That's what the site value is. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Capital improved value is the site value plus the capital improved on the land, which is your house. Your actual house, right? Or fence, whatever you guys put the improvement you done on the land.
I'll just have to get you to wrap it up so we can get an answer.
If you look at the calculation, I've just got one property here. Okay, last year's valuation, site valuation was $860,000. Capital improved value was $1,090,000. This year's valuation, site value $740,000, right? Capital improved value $1,025,000. It looks like it's come down. But when you do your calculation, it's actually the actual house has increased by $55,000. And hold on a minute. How can my house increase 55?
I think what we'll do is we'll just get you an answer
Hold
to
on.
the question.
Yeah.
We understand the example.
No,
and
no.
the question.
What? Let's get some straight.
Sorry, no.
The tax office says that the house, each house goes down $5,000.
Excuse me, please.
For the next 40 years.
Excuse me.
Goes down you can claim $5,000 depreciation on your property.
Excuse me.
So if your house costs $200,000 over 40 years, your house is worth zero. Okay, your
Listen,
house.
there are other people in the gallery that also would like to ask a question, so let's get an answer for you.
I've
You've
done
asked a
it.
very specific question and we can give you an answer.
I just want to know everyone here.
Would you like to respond?
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, what I need to know.
Let
You're
me
gonna
try
have-
to give you an answer from my understanding and also some way forward.
Yes.
Look, I've come across many instances where errors are made. That is true.
Well-
hang on. It is true also that council does not control the evaluation process these days,
understand.
and it is done by a state government agency.
I understand.
So individually, if you have a concern about your evaluation, your property, there is a way to appeal the evaluation of that, specifically for your property, and you may wish to undertake that process. More broadly, there may or may not have been a change in the methodology around evaluations, and that will not be surprising to me, considering different companies have different ways of doing this. I would recommend that some of the issues that you have raised today, you put those in writing to the Minister for Local Government, so we can actually get from the department and from the valuers, from the state government, an answer to some of those things that you've alleged today. Because I, as a councillor at Moreland, would also like to know if there has been a malfunction. But we can't answer that today. Only they can. So we should write to the Minister in regards to that and keep us informed. That would be fantastic.
Are you guys going to do it for me?
Listen, excuse me.
I'm just saying.
More broadly about rates.
Yes.
Rates is calculated based on the evaluation of your property, as you know. It is a system that has been there for over 100 years. However, the Minister, after much lobbying from Moreland and other councils, has just opened a review into the rating system to see whether that system should change. And I'll also encourage you to put in a submission to that review when you get an opportunity.
Thank you,
so
Councillor
at the
Tapanos.
moment, that's all the information we can tell you, but let's take this offline and continue the conversation and get to the bottom of it. Thank you.
This company
Councillor
is asking
Yildiz,
for an
excuse me,
award,
please.
value award.
Romeo,
You know, this company is actually
Listen,
asking
I'm going to have to ask you
Romeo.
to please sit down or leave. You need to respect the process of the meeting
that's
because
okay.
there are lots of other people in the room and everyone else wants to yell at us as well.
apologise if I...
Thank you.
I apologise. I'm coming their way, but
Thank
I
you.
thought it was a very important
you
issue.
You called me 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
I said to you, what you need to do is contact council and ask for a review. I explained that to you 2 weeks ago. So have you done that?
One,
Good.
two.
Okay.
Hold on.
I think we might take this off.
The
We
other
really need to
thing,
move
the
on.
other
If you
thing
already
is,
have a
hey,
relationship
I
with
got
this
a
guy,
number.
you can
Did you?
follow it up with him.
Councillors, give me a number to ring.
Romeo, hang on a second.
Council is done the
Romeo,
right
your
thing.
brother was on this council for 4 years. You know the
Yes.
process. You know
I
how
know.
it works. So you've asked for a review.
Yes.
You need to wait for us to come back to you on that. So
I was given a number from
I'd like to
council.
move on, please. I'd like to
You
move
need to
on.
wait.
Thank
And
you.
this guy don't even
Thank you.
answer.
Could you sit down, please,
Right.
Councillor Yildiz? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate
Great.
it.
Wasim, are you in the room? Wasim from Batman Avenue? Regarding Batman Avenue? No, we might come back to that. John Englert, would you like to ask your question? Oh, sorry. I've just got to ask councillors for an extension of time, please. Councillor Riley, Councillor Martin, I'll put that to the vote. All
Is
those...
this to deal with the ones that have been put forward for the agenda?
Yes.
Yes.
All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. John, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors. My second question arose from me attending Hume Council meeting on Monday night, and it's an issue that's been going on for a couple of years, and that is in regards to high levels of continuing E. coli contamination in Merlinston Creek. So it has come to my attention that there are high levels of continuing E. coli contamination in Merlinston Creek and at Jack Roper Reserve since at least the Coolaroo fire in July 2017, and it may predate that event. It appears the source of the contamination is still not adequately known, with permanent health warning signs erected along Merlinston Creek and at Jack Roper Reserve in Hume Municipality. This appears to be much more serious than a short-term issue. Now, the waters in Merlinston Creek flow after Jack Roper Reserve into Moreland through the Northern Memorial Park, Faulkner Cemetery, and then they go into through Coburg North and into Merri Creek. So, have council officers been informed of any testing of Merlinston Creek waters within Moreland Municipality for E. coli contamination or other contaminants, including heavy metals? And if yes, when were the tests conducted and what were the test results? Is it safe for residents to paddle or dogs to swim in Merlinston Creek and in Merri Creek downstream of the confluence? And are council officers liaising with Hume Council and EPA Victoria on this issue?
Thank you, John. I'll ask the Acting Director for City Infrastructure to address your question.
Through the Mayor, thank you for your question. Not aware of any particular testing at the moment, but given the details of your question, probably best we take that on notice and we'll give you a response.
Thank you, Greg. I'll ask Claire Perry to come forward. Thanks, John.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. I'm referring to the Sydney Road Improvement Project. Firstly, I thought it was 3 minutes, but I'll try and hurry. I'm not surprised at the deaths and accidents that have happened in around Sydney Road, because the cycle path at the moment along Sydney Road has been there since 2009 and it's in a dreadful state. So I'm on the street a lot and I see a lot of things happening, so I'm not surprised that there's been these accidents occurring. So improvement does need to happen. And what Sarah was referring to was a wider, safer lane for cyclists on each side of the road, but at peak time, a wider lane. Sydney Road traders, it's very tough out there. We have extreme challenges and have had for many, many years, as you all hear about businesses and retailing. But we do know our customers because we listen to what they want. We provide their services and products for them, for our community, our visitors and our locals. We also create a diverse environment in Sydney Road. We market and promote the street as a diverse destination, and the various means by which people arrive here needs to be diverse and untroublesome and easy for them to get to. But what we've heard and established from doing our own surveys, we've done many surveys as well over the past 4 years that this issue has been raised, including our customers, community, businesses and even cyclists. And the number one issue that is brought up is to improve the upfield bike path. It is the preferred option in many, many surveys, even in Tim Reed's survey. Why haven't the council officers either asked the question or listened to the broad spectrum of people and suggest to Moreland that you adopt a more innovative and forward-thinking approach and lobby the relevant stakeholders like VicTrack to undertake an accurate and detailed investigation for the upfield bike path improvement, even to the west of the rail line for once and for all? Are councillors really willing to potentially add to the near breaking point of the 120 businesses and shops in the southern section where you are proposing this trial and make it a transport corridor? The vacancy rate in Sydney Road is at its highest in 20 years. And is this to be extended to Lygon Street and then Nicholson Street and all the other streets that the cyclists do travel along in Moreland, as the potential still remains for dooring in all these streets? That's my question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll ask the Acting Director for City Futures to address the question.
Thank you, Claire, for the question. The report on the agenda tonight before Council relates to a submission into the Department of Transport as part of the proposal of 5 different options for Sydney Road only, so it doesn't deal with the other corridors. It's a report that is only dealing with Sydney Road. The various options have been considered, including option 4 that you refer to, and that is also covered in the report in the agenda this evening. On the wider question of other advocacy for other transport improvements, Council did recently adopt its Moreland Integrated Transport Strategy, and that does definitely cover advocacy for improvements to other modes of transport, including the bicycle network. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. A lot of these questions are pretty much the same, along the lines of whether the council has taken into account that many Sydney Road businesses are destinational, and the effects of removing parking on Sydney Road. So I think that, considering we've got time for a couple more, most of these answers are going to come out in the agenda. And so I think that we might just have couple of quick ones.
There's a question about the stations.
The stations?
The elevated stations.
I don't have that here. All of these that are left are to do with parking. I've got one here that's from Dennis.
Vic did a form around the question of the elevated
Let me have a look.
stations.
What do you know? Dennis, if you'd like to come forward and ask your question. Dennis?
I'll just stand. I would like to withdraw that question. I understand where it has to do with.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so there should be one from Vic.
Yep, we're just looking for it.
Australian Pensioners Voice.
You have it.
There was a question, I tried to find it before the meeting started, to clarify what this question was. It simply said train station.
Right. So, Vic, because, would you step forward and address your question? Because you just wrote train station, and we tried to find you to clarify what you meant, but feel free to approach and ask the question.
Sorry, I'm not familiar with the procedure.
It's totally fine.
I've filled in my form there, but I'm not sure whether I should present it or leave it there. The last time that I did this, we just left it there.
Just get to the question, Vic, that's
Okay.
fine. We'll take the question now.
Well, I'm from Australian Pensioners Voice. I speak on that behalf. We have many concern about the elderly people in the community, but also I have a lot of concern for other people. As you know, they're all from different background, ethnic background, and all ages live in Moreland, which the station would have people trying to catch a train with the wheelchair, people with bicycle, young mothers with prams and all that. And I just, in my knowledge, I believe that it's only two lifts on each side of the track and one flight of stairs. So I think for what I know, that it's not good enough for a city like Moreland to have people struggling to go and get to the train. So the thing is, there is another concern that I care very much. It's the separation of cyclist and pedestrian immediately going to the station. It could have collision with pedestrians. So I wish that everybody takes into account all the people we have in Moreland, and it's a population that's growing and growing, as everybody knows. So I hope that they include an escalator on at least on the main station of like Coburg, Moreland, Brunswick, and all these main stations. So is there going to be an escalator in the plan? That's the question.
Okay, so at this stage, we don't know what's in the plan, but we are advocating for the best outcomes. And we've heard lots of people, including Councillor Bolton, ask the same question.
Okay,
And we will,
I'm in support of her motion. I believe she's going to make a motion about escalation.
There will be a motion about that later on. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bolton, yes, of course.
At the moment, unless the Level Crossing Authority changes its mind, it has told council there will be, for the elevated stations, there will be lifts and stairs, but no escalator. And I believe that in Footscray, when they redeveloped the station there, they did the same thing, put in lifts and lifts and stairs. And there were a number of falls down the stairs, so they had to retrofit the station with escalators. So we don't want to have to be campaigning for months or years to get escalators.
Do that plan and go in the first place.
Thank you. I'll now ask Anthony Hellu to come forward, please, and address your question.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question to put on notice. I don't need the answer now, but to start with the easy one. The car park after Albion Street, opposite Brunswick Market, right at the end, there is a section called business permit only, but it's 24 hours. And there's a lot of receptions there, and restaurants. They copying with fines because they park their car at 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock while there's no business there. And I wish the council, if they revisit that and change the business hours from 9 o'clock to 6 o'clock perhaps, and free the car park for the customers to attend, functions or at the restaurants or wherever.
So would you mind with that question, because we've had this conversation and I neglected to follow it up, if maybe the Acting Director of City Infrastructure follows it up with you and we address it outside of the chamber? Sorry. Oh, City Futures, not City Infrastructure.
Just revisit the car park and change the parking.
We can have a look at it, yes. And is that the only question, or did you have a second question?
The second question is in relation to Sydney Road. I've lived in the city for nearly 50 years, and I'm very surprised. To start with, I support cyclists and I support pedestrians too, but I think Sydney Road is the wrong route to remove the car completely from it. And the reason for it, I believe the council have real responsibility to keep business in the city. And Sydney Road itself, it's a very important road in the state of Victoria. It links two states, Sydney and Melbourne together. And a lot of travelers from the airport use our streets to escape the city link fees and they go to other suburbs. So it is very important. Not only that, I have read here D and E and F in the recommendation, and I'm very surprised how you're going to address these issues. By relocation of the loading to the adjacent side street, additional disabled parking, measures to support local businesses during this period. What sort of measures? Now, and also, I moved to the Sydney Road Travel Survey result. It said here at the end, 13% of total visitors parked on Sydney Road. But you have to multiply that 13% by 8 hours. It is restriction there. The shoppers, they park there, for half an hour or 1 hour. So the number of visitors doing business in Sydney Road is not only 13%. My other question, how many car park from Park Street to Bell Street we're going to lose if we implement the clear way or all no cars in Sydney Road? And the other, how much revenue council collect from parking? We're going to lose that as well.
Okay, so there's about 4 questions in there. And it was a limit of 2 questions. Listen, I need to interrupt you. We'll try and get an answer to some of those questions. Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh.
The last two, between Brunswick Road and Glenmine / Dawson Street, just on 100 car parks on Sydney Road, and none of those have got needed car parks, so there's no loss of revenue on that one.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to reply to Councillor Riley?
Just to reiterate, Mr. Hulu, that in the survey that we've done, only 2/3 of the drivers that did visit Sydney Road who weren't walking or riding actually park off Sydney Road. So only 1/3 of the drivers in our survey actually park on Sydney Road. And of the ones who don't park on Sydney Road, only about 12% of them actually pay for it. So the idea of having short-term parking is to allow churn and turnover so they don't hog all the parks. And in fact, we're going to be rolling out more of that in the next couple of months right across Brunswick and Brunswick East to get a fairer share of the road. Because at the moment, there isn't a very good fair share of the road, and we want to see it shared more between the people here and the people who are coming here with the increased population we've got.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. I'm just going to move on, if you don't mind, Anthony. I think that some of the rest of your questions will be answered during the debate.
That's fine.
On the issue.
Doesn't have to have the answer now, but I just, take it on notice and we take it from there.
Scott Ascender? Scott?
Yep.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks for hearing me out today. I own 2 businesses in Sydney Road, and they're largely destinational on weekends, and so much so that Google Analytics have told us that 63% of our visitors, our customers, are from outside Moreland. If there's a loss of Sydney Road parking, it will be a big detriment to my business, for sure, especially with the lack of parking off Sydney Road. There just seems Sydney Road's a really unique road in that it's one of the 2 wedding precincts in Melbourne, along with High Street Armidale, and it's very unique in that there's 100 businesses that are wedding focused, and last time I checked, not too many people pick up their wedding dresses or their wedding cakes on a bike.
Except for her.
I think you might be the exception rather.
You did say not too many, so.
I said not too many.
Just that one.
Well done, Jess, though. I just wanted to point out there just seemed to be a lack of consultation with the street traders. It's going to change the nature of Sydney Road entirely. I understand, but there needs to be a balance, and there just doesn't seem to be a balance right now. I have a business in High Street, Northcote. Their solution is kind of okay. I've got another street in Ackland Street in St Kilda. It's destroyed that business and that street. So I just think there needs to be some balance, which is probably missing at the moment. Okay.
So I'm just going to paraphrase what you've said, which is asking whether the council has taken into account that many Sydney Road businesses are destinational and in the impact on business.
Yeah.
Councillor Riley?
Yeah, thanks. Our survey actually has shown that when you compare what traders think how people get to Sydney Road and what people in our survey were actually arriving at Sydney Road, there's quite a big difference. That 39% of people actually arrived in the area by car, but traders actually think it's almost 61%. And when you ask them about how many people actually travel by foot, our survey indicated that about a third of people actually walk to Sydney Road, which is a really good indicator. But when you ask traders, they only think it's about 14%, so half that number. So there's a big difference between what our survey is showing and what traders think. The other point I want to make is that Sydney Road is one of the slowest roads in the country. It's one of the busiest, it's the 5th busiest. And the average speed for a car in Sydney Road is 7 kilometres an hour. And for people, I kind of think, why would you want to drive down Sydney Road? But it's too congested as it is. So what we're trying to do is to improve the way and make better space for people so that people will come and visit you in your business by actually having them come and trade. And you'll see that bike riders and other people spend almost as much as car users, and in fact they frequent these places more often than car users on their bikes and on feet. So there's a lot of data that's coming through on this, and I would really like to sit down and explore that with you and with the Sydney Road Traders Association, because I actually think they're not giving you, and they're not doing you the justice and our commerce the justice they need to actually see an improvement. The biggest threat to businesses at the moment is online industries. And so people are being impacted by those new industries. We need to be supporting you to make sure that we activate these spaces to make them pleasurable to use, pleasurable to buy in and trade in. And I'm in this with you. I want to see that the road improves. At the moment, we haven't seen any improvement since Mr. Paulon's death. Nothing. You folks have actually had a seat at the Sydney Road. At the Vic Road. Well, it's called Vic Road at that stage. The Department of Transport. Consultation process. You've been there helping to do this work. So I think it's quite odd that you think you're not being included, because in fact councils weren't allowed to go there, but here we are just advocating a position. So I hope we can try and see what these trials, if they get up tonight, what they might do and how they might improve the strip.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. Scott, there's an economic development department here at council that understand the importance and the value to the city of that bridal precinct.
Yep.
And nothing's going to happen to Sydney Road in a hurry. If the state government has the money to do anything, I'll be very surprised, just quietly. This is the motion, and this conversation we're having tonight is about an advocacy position about stuff that we have around mode shift. But this council and our Eco Dev department is not going to sacrifice the bridal precinct, which is a legitimately thriving precinct in the city, and you're right, one of two in Metro Melbourne or something, because it's not in our best interest to do so. But there's going to be push and pull, and there's going to be compromise and lots of conversations. Okay, so all of the different departments have different agendas, but definitely we understand the importance of the traders on Sydney Road. There's no denying that at the moment there are huge swathes of empty shops, not because parking has been removed. The empty shops are already there, and we would like to revitalise the strip. We would like to widen footpaths and make places for people to sit. We'd like to do all types of things, and that's just what this is looking at. But we're not going to put the bridal precinct or the traders on ice to accommodate something else.
Yeah, my point was that of the 4 options, I don't think any of them, they'll all be detrimental.
Yeah. We could talk about this in a cafe. Councillor Farnley has something you'd like to say?
Sorry, Scott. one thing I just wanted to pick up from what you asked, just to give clarification. I think you said you had another business on High Street and Ackland Street.
Oh, yep.
And you said what those councils
So High Street, Northcote, I own
have
a
done.
business there.
Yeah, I just want to understand what those councils have done in those streets so I can get a picture as
Well,
to
High Street, Northcote, the Ruckers Hill section, there's still parking along that strip. It's hard to explain. You have to see it. That's
the one with the bike lane and big tram stop. Is that the?
Yeah, it's still elevated. It suits. It ticks a lot more boxes than any of the 4 options do.
And what about Ackland Street?
Well, Ackland Street's just decimated now. So we had to close our business because people couldn't park there. Simple as that.
There's no parking there.
There's just no parking on
In
there.
High Street?
It's basically pedestrianised. It's basically pedestrianised now. And, and we all know, there's other examples like Bridge Road, Richmond, heaps. Yeah.
Okay, I've got 7 minutes left, but Scott, I think it would probably be valuable for any or all of us to have conversations with you in a cafe. I'm not taking the piss. To talk about this stuff realistically as well, about what works. You obviously know the game.
We all want what's best for Moreland.
Yeah, of course we do.
And we all live in Moreland, work in Moreland. Yeah, thanks for your
Thank
time.
you. Jessica Telsma?
Telsma, it's all right.
Sorry.
That's all right. Thank you. I'm not going to yell at you guys.
Not this time.
Just going to tell you a little story.
We've got 2 minutes.
That's fine, I talk fast. The traders are just absolutely bleeding, and it's why everyone's standing up here and freaking out about any kind of change. It's been so tough in business, and it is because of online shopping. It is because of home businesses. It is very multifaceted why it's been so tough in business for the last 5 years. I've had my business this is my 9th year. I built a beautiful business and I'm super proud of it. And in the last 2 years, I was almost evicted. I almost had to file for bankruptcy. It's been hideous the last 2 years of business, and I own a successful business in Moreland, and it's why everyone is freaking out. And my questions are rhetorical because I don't want you guys to answer them, and I don't expect an answer. I just want you to have a really, really hard think about what this is going to do to businesses, why we're so scared that it's going to do, because I had a bad 2 months and I almost lost my business. So a 6-month trial makes us want to vomit more than our financial stresses already make us want to vomit. And Councillor Riley, we can't open our hearts to the trial because we are going to vomit, okay? Honestly, and then trying to compare Melbourne to overseas, New York, America, like European suburbs that are tiny. Melbourne is massive. And we cannot compare 10,000 square kilometres, which is what Melbourne is, to New York, which is like 700, square kilometres. Amsterdam, which is 200 and something square kilometres. It's not the same thing, and it's really insulting that these sorts of things are pitched like it's the same thing and like that sort of stuff is going to work in our area. And so my rhetorical questions are... and I said I wasn't going to yell, but that wasn't really yelling, it was a story.
No, get to the
my
question.
rhetorical questions are you going to be liable for this, for what happens? Are you going to be liable for our businesses and for our livelihoods? Because we're already bleeding. So the only thing that you guys can say that you are going to support small business is if you guys put some skin in the game and say that you're going to be liable because we're already bleeding.
Thank you. Councillor Yildiz?
I am going to speak a bit later on too, but some residents have emailed saying that why can't we be like the Amsterdams or the New Yorks or the Vancouvers and Wellingtons? We're not. Our population is at 4.6.
All right, it's not a conversation. I'm really sorry.
No, I'm answering.
Yeah,
I'm
go.
making my comment. Thank you. So, which I've got the right to. So we've got 4.6 million people in Melbourne. Amsterdam's got 800,000. You can't compare it. Will there be a moratorium during that 6 months from Glenlyon Road to Brunswick Road for those people that do end up parking along Sydney Road? What are we doing to support you and your businesses? We've surveyed just over 1,000 people. 854 of them were shoppers and visitors, and we surveyed 855 traders. Why did we survey 854 traders?
Yeah.
Because I've received countless emails from cyclists, and I'm not anti-cycling. I've received countless emails from cyclists about the fact that we should remove car parking, but guess how many traders have emailed me saying that? Not one. But I've spoken to traders saying, if you do this, you'll destroy my business. Now, it's not about me, but I've had a business in a shopping centre for 5 years. My wife's got a business in Coburg in a major shopping strip. If they remove parking from anywhere down Sydney Road, it's going to have an impact. There's already an existing bike park. Invest in that. We've invested over $2 million in the last 11 years into a bike park. The state government's pumped in not even $1. It's their land. We're paying for it. So invest in the bike park, which is what I'm going to be making, the statement I'll be making a bit later on, with some proven statistics and evidence about why it is better to invest in that than to touch the car parking. Now, Madam Mayor, Anthony Halou mentioned before about how many car parks are along Sydney Road. 4 kilometres equals 4,000 metres, Anthony. The average car is 4.6 metres. 4,000 divided by 4.6 gives me 869 car parks. I appreciate not every car park is a car park, but you multiply that by 2 on both sides, that's 1,739 car parks. Let's say it's 1,200 car parks.
Councillor
along Sydney
Yildiz,
Road.
could we talk
That's a
about
lot of
this
car
during the
parks.
debate? Because we've actually run
So
out
I
of
agree
question
with you.
time.
Thank you.
Councillor Kavanagh?
Just to answer Jessica's question, and thank you very much for the way in which you presented. Regarding liability, now the council won't be, and I'll explain why. Because this report tonight is council's submission to the Department of Transport. As you know, the road is not our road. The road was Vic Roads now, and now Victoria. So,
Sorry, Jess,
but in the
please.
same way that the Sydney Road Business Association can make a submission, Bud can make a submission.
Well, you
Tonight's
can.
report is council making a submission. It may not have any more weight than the Business Association. And in fact, I can imagine if I was from Vic Roads or Department of Transport, I'd be taking a lot of notice of what the Business Association says. I'd be taking a lot of notice of what the bug says. One thing that does probably disappoint me a little bit is we don't even seem to get any submissions from RACV, for example. You know, we don't. We only get, but whatever submission is placed in, the Department of Transport will take notice of it. I'm sure of that.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Now, I've got to draw a line under that because we've run out of time. John Hoffman, Babs Fairchild, Dr. Roland Lee, Tynan Babel, and Dennis, got your beautiful handwriting, Connaughton, and Matthew Oldoka, and Wasim. And Matthew, you have 2 questions. Will all be responded to in writing. And we need to move on. Thank you. Okay. So that concludes question time at 8:10. 8:11. 8:10 is not even a thing. Now I'll move to on-notice responses. And just to note that on-notice responses are now reported through the governance report, which will be considered later in the agenda. So the first item that we have to consider this evening is DCF 6219, Tram Substation Proposal 211 Reynard Street, Pascoe Vale South. Do I have a mover for this item? Councillor Bolton? Councillor Yildiz? Councillor Bolton, would you like to speak to it?
Yes, it will give me great pleasure. So the motion essentially is that council does not support the location of a PTV substation 20 centimetres away from a residential house. So currently the public transport, well actually we should see if there's a second.
There is.
Oh, there is. So this has been a long battle for the residents. I wish council had acted earlier, but I think council has acted, and it was very good to get an expert report, which is attached to the council agenda if anyone hasn't seen it. I think I've always felt, and some other councillors as well, have felt that locating a substation 20 centimetres away from someone's house, away from their bedrooms, was a disaster, and the PTV should never have considered this site to begin with. The residents have been worried out of their mind about the implications of this, and I think I would like to congratulate the residents on really jumping up and down and making such a big noise, because I think as soon as council acted, it did put a stop on the process and force the PTV to reconsider the location. After we moved the first motion on council, and council was looking for and trying to interest the PTV in alternative location that would be much safer for the public. So I am really happy to move this motion, and I would really like to congratulate the residents, because what you've shown is that you shouldn't just accept bad things happening to you. You absolutely have to make a massive noise and force those in authority to take things seriously. And I'm glad in this case, eventually the council did start to advocate on behalf of residents, and I think that was a really big bolster for your campaign, and now we've got the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Councillor Yildiz.
Well done, Sue. I absolutely concur with what you've just said. If the residents hadn't have jumped up and down, I think we wouldn't be standing here. I think the substation would probably be just about to be installed. So congratulations to you, but well done to PTV and our staff for making sure that they were able to get some expert opinions. But this still hasn't, it's not a resolution yet. So I'm hoping that the councillors do support the officer's recommendations here, and yeah, congratulations to the residents. If the councillors do support, I'm hoping it'll be a unanimous vote. And yeah, let's just hope that there is another location. I'm hoping it's not 20 centimetres from someone else's house, but well done.
Thank you, Councillor Yildiz. Are there any councillors that would like to speak against the motion? No, Councillor Martin.
Thank you. I'm not rising to speak against the motion. I'm very much in favour of the motion. I think this is really important, and again, Councillor Yildiz is right. Thank you to the residents for making some noise, for coming to the meetings, for getting in touch and for reaching out to us. In our role, we try and make the best decision we can on the evidence that's put before us. If we don't have evidence, we try and seek that, whether it's through experts, through trials, you name it. We gather evidence and then we make decisions. At the last meeting, when we were talking about whether or not we supported this, I stood up and said, I don't have the evidence in front of me to stand up and say that I don't support this going ahead, but I have the evidence in front of me now, and I'm more than willing to support standing up with the residents and hopefully with the rest of council to say that we don't support this going in the current location, and that we are, as well as officers, working to do everything we can to make sure that the substation doesn't go in to this location. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillors? Councillor Tapanos?
Yes. I concur with what's been said, and I'm really pleased to see this report and this recommendation tonight. This is very, very important. It's not the end, and there is a fight that still needs to be continued, but certainly now we are on a path of getting this location changed. And deep down, I believe we all knew in our hearts that this was not the right location. This was not appropriate, and the residents should not accept it, and we as a council should not accept it. Now we have the evidence to back that up. So whilst I also concur and congratulate residents and everyone who's worked on this, the fight still must go on until we actually get the resolution that we are seeking, and that is an alternative site. Now, I, in my view, cannot see how it is possible to proceed when you have an independent report that has come up with this recommendation. So I would urge PTV to really go back and do everything in its powers to find another location and not proceed. And I think we're on the path to get that done. So so let's continue the fight, and let's see what outcomes PTV, and it is their project, it's their responsibility, come back to us with. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tapanos. Councillors?
I'll just quickly...
Councillor Dorney?
I mean, we were here, I think, for the first time 3 months ago, 3 months ago. And I, as well as I would like to thank residents and officers, I'd actually also like to thank our Mayor, Councillor Aboud, who put forward the original motion around really seeking some evidence and data on this issue in order to allow us to make an informed choice and to really put forward a strong advocacy or lobbying position in our negotiations. So we've done that. I stood up. I said I support collecting the data. We now have the data from an independent source which says it's not recommended that this go in this location, that the substation be located at 211 Reynard Street. And so now we have something really strong to work with in our negotiations. So I'd just like to thank the residents for their lobbying efforts. And although this isn't solved yet, I think we're in a really strong position now with some informed independent research in order to move forward.
Thank you, Councillor Dorney. Councillor Riley?
Just want to thank the residents for being so patient with us and letting us get this evidence. The process has been long and difficult, and I agree none of us thought this was a good location. I certainly never thought that. And I just want to really acknowledge the stress and the pressure that the community's been under and the advocacy they've provided, and that we really take this now together up to where it matters, which is the Minister Horn, and to the Department of Transport and to the Public Transport Victoria. They're the ones who've caused this trouble. Let's work together to actually put the pressure on them. And I think the fact that they're indicating the timelines are being pushed out a bit is a very good indicator that we might actually come up with an alternative and better site for this, I'm hoping.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. And Councillor Farnley.
You almost said Yildiz.
Yeah, I did, but I know who you are.
Let me thank the residents for their tireless work on advocating for this. I really appreciate the time. I can't imagine the stresses you guys went through thinking about what could potentially be built next door nearby to your property. So I really appreciate your patience. Also want to congratulate Councillor Bolton for advocacy on this, and Councillor Yildiz, who organised a rally, I understand, and got quite a bit of momentum and feedback amongst the community. So congratulations to those councillors. Look forward to working constructively with the Public Transport Victoria to find a suitable location for the substation.
Thank you, Councillor Farnley. Okay, so we know that we want larger trams and better capacity. PTV say they can't do that without the substation. So we know there's going to be a substation. There was a community meeting. I think it's important to note that the momentum didn't build. The momentum was there from the very first minute. Carmel, Maria, Peter, you guys weren't standing by yourselves. There was a room full of people, and I know because I spoke to all of them for 2.5 hours till I couldn't cope anymore. And 2 of the council officers were with me. One is Craig Griffiths and the other is Olivia Wright. And both of those 2 people have been there every step of the journey. And you've heard from Olivia every week with updates about what's happening so that you understand. And so you had transparent communications with Moreland City Council. The first thing that I did after that meeting at the earliest opportunity is I submitted a notice of motion after advice from Craig to get peer-reviewed independent testing. We can't just say to PTV, go away, you're not going to put it here, because it was a private residential building that they bought, not our land. They didn't need a permit. We can't just tell them to go away. We needed proof. We needed evidence to be able to say, this is not okay. No one ever said to you, it is okay. We said we have to find out, we need the evidence. There is absolutely no doubt that any of us or PTV think now that we have this proof that 211 is appropriate. They are looking at an alternate site. We are supporting them to do that. This is a pretty good outcome for everyone, and it's important that there's a process. We need to maintain a relationship with PTV because we want accessible tram stops. We need to work with other state government departments, which is really important. I wholeheartedly support the officer's recommendations, and I have a debt of gratitude to Craig and Olivia, and I'm delighted to hear that the response back from the community is that they've been great to deal with. This is not over. We're with you. We have the evidence that that site is not safe. We can move forward to whatever happens next. I understand the anguish because it was there from the first moment. It didn't build. It's always been there. You've attended every single meeting since that consultation at Reynard Street. Okay? So we're going to get through this. I'll put it to the vote. I'm sure it's unanimous. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously.
Recorded.
Can we have that recorded as unanimous, please? Okay, I'll now move on to DCF 6319, trial road closures at John Street, Brunswick East. Anyone?
I'll move it. Yes.
Councillor Riley's on his feet. And a seconder? I'm happy to second it. Councillor Riley, would you like to speak?
Yes, I would. Sorry, just get this up. Thank you. This is obviously another big change in our city, and it's something that change is not easy for many of us to deal with. We've heard submissions from many people. The split in the pros and the cons for this trial of the closure on John Street near Albert Street is pretty much split. It's slightly in favour of people against, but because of the need for my view and the fact that this city has some of the largest populations of bike users, and we want to encourage pedestrian use, and the fact that East Brunswick Village is coming, I think a trial in this space will be really valuable and useful for a 3-month trial to see what happens and see what the implications of this are. I really want to thank all of the people who contributed and made submissions and came to this chamber and talked to us at length. It was very much appreciated. It's a really important part of this process because this is significant. It's going to have big impacts on the people in that area. And I know it's going to have implications for the street to the west, which is, remind me, what is it? Hutchison.
Oh, sorry, Hutchison, sorry.
Hutchison Street, because Hutchison Street, like many streets in Brunswick, is too narrow, and they've already got problems there. However, we are conscious about that, and we're also looking at an amendment tonight to actually sort of cater to some of that during the trial in terms of signage. So I want to move the officer's recommendation, but I'm aware that there may be some minor amendments to this as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. And I'll reserve the right to speak. Councillor O'Farnley?
I'll just ask Councillor Riley if he would consider adding a 0.7 to his...
Has it been circulated?
Yes, that's the one that's the director passed on regarding Hutchinson Street.
Yes,
and putting some signage.
Absolutely, definitely.
Easy, thank you.
I'm happy to talk while I'm up if you'd like.
Sure. Why not?
It was very nice to attend a South Ward consultation.
Hearing submissions.
Bit of a different type of crowd. It was all right. But stepped in for Councillor Tapanos. But it was really good to hear because you hear firsthand about the issues in that particular location. And I think it'd still be good to go ahead with the trial closure of John Street to see the impact. But understanding of the impact to the residents that live on Hutchinson Street, I think this is a good compromise to at least address some of those concerns. We'll take a look at the data and see what actual impact there was on those different side streets, and then make an assessment when it comes back to council.
Thank you, Councillor Farnley.
I'll just
Councillor
Donny quickly. I also echo both Councillor Riley and Councillor Farnley's comments. I just would like to make mention, although there were slightly more people against the proposal for the trial closure, 44 of those were concerned due to traffic impacts on nearby local streets. And I also was at the hearing of submissions, and I thank everyone for their contribution. I completely empathise with those people, particularly the Hutchins Street residents. But what this trial of 3 months will do is it will start, as we like to do here, to build an evidence base to understand how best to address those, both Hutchinson, but the 3 or 4 other streets will also have traffic counts in them over this 3-month period. This aligns really well with our Moreland integrated transport strategy and starting to close roads to allow more bike pedestrian traffic. It also is a core part of the Brunswick Shimmy and allows almost currently the same amount of bikes to cars through that particular part of Brunswick every day. And I think that, it'll be interesting to see what happens with the trial. I completely empathise with particularly the Hutchinson Street residents, and I think let's just hold steady and get the data and understand what we're working with and how we can better support traffic management for you as well.
Thank you, Councillor Dorney. Councillor
Just
Kapanos.
briefly as well, and thank you for Councillor Ali-Othani for giving us stepping in for me at the briefing and letting me.
Excuse me, please, sir. Excuse me, please.
Very good, right?
I think about pensions.
Just back to the agenda. Thank you. Thank you for Councillor Ali-Othani, who also gave me a bit of a debrief about what happened at the consultation. Closing roads is not a decision we take lightly, because we do recognise that really what it does is just move the traffic to the nearby streets. So it is a difficult one. However, I'm happy to support this trial so we can actually map exactly the traffic movements and have a look at what would happen if the road was closed. And certainly I welcome the addition about Hutchinson Street. And look, we will need to have a look at that more closely and analyse what will happen during that trial period. So although I'm supportive of this motion today, it does not necessarily say that we will be supportive of this into the future. So we do really need to see what's going to happen in that area, and we recognise it's a big decision to close the street and it's not one we take lightly. But the trial is certainly worthwhile going ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Tapanos. Are there any councillors that would like to speak against this motion? I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried.
We have that noted as unanimous.
Can we have that noted as unanimous, please? Yes. We've got Sydney Road next, and then I can bring the nom forward. Yeah. Okay. So DCF 6419, Department of Transport Sydney Road Improvement Project, and Councillor Riley is on his feet.
Thank you.
Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Martin. Councillor Riley.
Thank you. Yes, I'm standing to move the officer recommendation. Somebody's got to be brave. I'm not doing this without some input. I understand the complexities, I understand the sensitivities, and the fact that people's livelihoods are involved in this. So it's really important that we do this together. This is an advocacy position. It's not us making a decision tonight. It's just a position we're taking to the Department of Transport, which is formerly Vic Roads. Change is really difficult and can be, particularly when your livelihood's dependent on it. I understand that totally. Closures, you have to realise though that, and we all know this, that the LXRP closures are going to, and closures to the streets and the impacts during the elevating the rail line are going to be massive on our city. We need to anticipate that, and we need to be ready for that. And we want to use this as an opportunity to try and explore some of the issues around congestion in our city. As I said earlier in the question time, I won't repeat all of my remarks earlier, but we have some of the most congested streets in Melbourne, and we need to do something about sharing the road. Since the serious accident where Mr. Paulon was killed about 4 or 5 years ago, there's been a lot of discussion and no action on this. This has been a long time coming, and we need to look at sharing the road more. Our infrastructure, our integrated transport strategy is about prioritising pedestrians and prioritising bike riders and public transport and having cars at the bottom of that hierarchy. We all acknowledge all those forms of transport are important. We all use them all at least some time. I do use all of those at different times. It's really important for people with families and people doing business that we actually cater to all of those needs. As I said earlier, the issue with the perceptions of traders and in terms of the way people get there are really important. I think we need to look at how people are getting to Sydney Road, and it's quite clear that far more people use foot, public transport, and to get to the city, to the Sydney Road area, and far fewer drivers use it compared to what traders use. There are 1,350 car parks off Sydney Road, so I think a trial losing 100 car parks on the road is going to have an impact, definitely going to have an impact. but if it's not going to be so great that we can't cater for that influx in the infrastructure that's there. And as I said earlier, most people actually go around and park off Sydney Road in any case. About 2/3 of the people who go to Sydney Road by car don't park on the road, they park elsewhere. So I just want to make those points, thank you, and to be really clear that this is difficult. I would want to work with you. The motion says, and I just want to quickly finish on saying, the motion says that we want to take people with you and traders. We're going to be doing additional measures to support businesses during this period if this is successful tonight. And I hope that we can use this trial as an opportunity to explore the impacts.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you. Thanks to everyone for coming. You're probably all looking at me quite angrily right now with what I'm about to say, and that's fair enough, we can agree. But I think it's really important to note, and I sort of touched on it a little bit before, we're not here to put you all out of business. We are making decisions based on the evidence that we have before us, and what we're trying to do is actually get a little bit more evidence in an area where we think that separated bike lanes, because there is a huge safety issue in that area, we think that that would be really appropriate. I think there's a couple of things that we're touching on here. There's the issue of congestion, and I think I read a story in the news every second week about how awful congestion is in our city. It's something that we need to work with all levels of government to try and resolve. Some statistics from 2017, some Vic Roads numbers, was that peak hour travelling south in the city, we've got about 810 vehicles during that peak hour period. On the upfield bike path, we have over 500 cyclists, and on Sydney Road, we have over 200 cyclists travelling. So if you're comparing the number of cyclists to people driving in peak hour in our city, you're looking at almost a one-to-one with cyclists and motorists. There is a serious safety risk with that volume of people travelling in our city. We've had some of our other residents stand up and say that walking to LXRP, to train stations on upfield bike path, it's unsafe with that volume of cyclists and pedestrians. And so while we're trying to weigh up, obviously, the best situation for Sydney Road, we have to weigh up the risks to other residents in other areas of our city that are using our city. I think one of the things that also has kind of become apparent over the last couple of weeks is that I've had probably close to maybe 50 emails from cyclists right across the city. I haven't had a single trader reach out to me, invite me to sit down, have a chat. I really think that going forward, just hear me out.
Guys, please, can you please
just
thank you.
let me speak for a second there. I think something that we should really be doing is sitting down and having a conversation about what the entire stretch of Sydney Road is going to look like, because what we're seeing here is a trial for 100 car spots in the south of the city. It's not going to be that across the whole length of Sydney Road. Nobody's expecting that to be Vic Road's final decision. I think we can really work together to actually say, potentially in different parts of the city, we can have different outcomes that cater to the trade, that also cater to the safety issue and the congestion issue that we have. I also really want to highlight in the report that 13%, so of the people that were surveyed right across Sydney Road, only 13%... Of 2 people, 5 people, how many? 874, I believe it was. Only 13% of those people were actually parking on Sydney Road. I think that number really does speak for itself when we've got 87% of people travelling to the shops that are not parking on Sydney Road. Thank you.
I had Councillor Farnley first.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, initially I was in favour of option 4 that Vic Road's put forward, but I will be voting against the council officer recommendation, and if it doesn't get up, I have an alternative that I would like to foreshadow.
Thank you.
Initially I was in favour of option 4, which essentially during clearway times the current parking lane becomes a cycling lane dedicated for cyclists. And I was a little bit concerned that some of the councillors weren't aware of that, but putting
Can
that
you say
aside,
that again? Can you say that again?
Sure, only if I get extra time.
Everyone else did.
The cycling lane, the parking lane
Yes.
during clearway times becomes a cycling lane.
No, it doesn't. Because do you mean right now, how it
No,
works?
option 4.
Right, thank you. Sorry, I'm very confused. Thank you. Keep
Can I
going.
get time? All right, great. So I was in favour of option 4, but I spoke to one of the councillors today and she raised a really good point.
Wasn't me?
And that was
I don't know
around
what's going on.
what's the impact on emergency vehicles. So for 6 months, if we actually put all the cars onto one lane, what impact will that have for access, especially during peak times, for emergency vehicles to go up and down that road? And it's actually a very good point. Then another councillor said to me, what impact does supporting one of these options have on trams? If you push all cars down one lane, that will significantly slow down the trams. During peak times, cars can travel on both lanes and trams can move a lot faster. And the most majority of people that would want to go up and down at peak times, most people you can accommodate, are on trams. So thinking about that a little bit further, I started sort of uncovering that a lot of issues with supporting any of these options, and that the best thing to do is actually go to Vic Roads and actually speak about this further. The word disability in this report on pages 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51 is mentioned once. That word is mentioned once, and that's on page 45 of the report. And so if we remove the car parking along Sydney Road, I would have thought the biggest people that will be impacted are people with disability needs that need to park close to the shops. It's mentioned once on the report. So I think we need to go in a little bit more detail on that. Now, every mode of transport along this road needs to be considered. Trams, bikes, pedestrians, cars. We need to think about, can we shift cars trying to go up and down Sydney Road onto Melville Road, onto Nicholson Street? Can we shift cyclists along the outfield bike path? The reality is we can't shift the trams anywhere. The trams are stuck there. So if we are going to consider any of these options, we need to seriously consider what impact that option will have on the trams, because we just can't move the trams. We can't take it up and put it along a different corridor. And the biggest, most impacted mode of transport that will be impacted because of this is the trams. So I'll be supporting a foreshadowed motion that talks about going to Vic Roads, calling about the principles that we want, which is faster trams, more efficient trams, safer cycling, and some car parking, but removing some car parking also to compromise and create bigger tram stops that cater for people with disabilities and different needs. I hope councillors consider supporting that alternative motion, because that alternative motion doesn't put a stop to actually safer cycling or changes to Sydney Road, but further engages Vic Roads on the process of taking a look at looking at what we have at High Street and Ackland Street and a whole range of other streets before we pick a particular option.
Thank you.
In favour now.
So you were speaking against, that's right. Councillor in favour of Councillor Bolton?
I've got amendments.
I've got an amendment as well. Okay, yep.
Thank you,
So
Councillor Dorney.
can I put forward amendment 3H, I believe it is? It just outlines within the 3-month trial to actually look at improvements to the directional signage to the location of nearby off-street car parks, which is something that I know I've spoken to the Sydney Road Traders Association and others, that the signage on Sydney Road directing to car parking off Sydney Road, which there's many assessments have been done in which lots of that car parking is actually not being used, just to help make that really clear. So that's my amendment. Do I need a supporter for that
Councillor
amendment?
Riley and Martin, is that acceptable?
Okay.
No, that's fine.
Thank you. So I just would like to talk to this motion as well. I would like to thank everyone for coming tonight, everyone who has emailed over the past 3 days, 4 days in favour. So the silent majority that we don't tend to see, but actually that have been really activated on this issue, more than an issue I've actually seen before as a councillor. I would like to thank the officers for this very detailed, incredible, thoughtful report. I think that there is some great data in here which allows us to really start to paint a picture of what's happening on Sydney Road. I think anyone can undertake data, anyone can tell a story that supports their particular view. We have 146 biases in our own heads at play every single day. I can't even fathom that. There are so many ways that biases can be embedded into survey data. There is surveys that can be rigorous and actually address biases, address selection biases, make sure that we're actually structuring the question so that we're not making sure we get a certain answer. This data does that. This data absolutely does that. We've surveyed, although recognising it was done in kind of like a winter period, it actually, there was, Councillor Martin made a point, I think there was around 853 people surveyed. Of those people surveyed, 39 travel to Sydney Road by car. Great, you know, we've all travelled to Sydney Road by car before. 57 travel by public transport, foot or by car. 31% being by foot, 18% being by public transport, and 8% being by bike. I would also like to make mention, which has already been touched on, but 13% of the total people surveyed, randomised survey. It wasn't that people were picked out particularly to have a certain view. It was completely random and it was very rigorous. You can have a look at the report. 13% of those travellers, out of the 39, actually, out of everyone, 13% actually parked on Sydney Road. 13%. We're in a situation on Sydney Road where it's not working for anyone. It's not working for the car drivers. It's not working for the pensioners or the people in wheelchairs who need accessible tram stops. It's not working for the people looking for a park on Sydney Road. It's not working for the people that are being car-doored and killed on Sydney Road. It's not working for the pedestrians who have no access to shade. What this advocacy position does is start to recognise we need a way forward here. So what, the 20th highest vacancy rate for Sydney Road, I've got so much more to say.
Everybody does.
The highest vacancy rate, this report starts to really address the economic impacts. The trial actually addresses, let's look at everything. Let's look at accessible parking, which is being increased in the midst. It does a lot. It's a trial. Let's get the data. I thought that
Thank you, Councillor Dorney.
No,
you can't. Sorry. Councillor Yildiz, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I
No, shush, please, or you'll have to be asked to leave.
Now let's speak from facts. The extended clearways in 2009, and the clearways were only extended for a couple of hours, caused a loss of income, customers' employment, occupancy, and there were more vacancies and vandalism that occurred at the time. This is only 6 months, fair enough, but those 6 months could be the difference between you losing your business or surviving. Retailers are already struggling. Council said there's competition out there. Naturally, online shopping is certainly on the rise. But this will potentially drive business away from one of the busiest shopping strips, the longest shopping strip in the Southern Hemisphere. We're going to drive people further away. Now, it's interesting we're doing it from Glenlyon Road to Brunswick Road. Hello, there's Barclay Street shopping centres around the corner. Where are most people going to park? Why don't we do it from Bell Street to Moreland Road? Because we've got some works that are going to happen with Skyrail, and we're going to have an extra lot of bicycle parts there anyway. 50% of retailers don't have off-street parking. So how do the elderly or those with a disability, as Councillor Irfan just said, get dropped off? There are more than 25 medical centres, physiotherapists and also chiropractors. What about deliveries? Most shops don't have access to the back of their stores. Thank you.
Stop yelling out.
But let me go on.
Be quiet, please.
Let me go on. There will be residential street impacts. The gentleman that came up earlier, because parking will increase around homes. This will also have safety implications for retail staff, because where are they going to park? And believe it or not, Darebin were actually considering putting parking meters in residential streets because people are parking in front of other people's homes. Permits in 10, 15 years' time. This is only a 6-month trial. This is only a 6-month trial, but my issue is this could potentially destroy that entire 4 kilometres of street. Now, I must say this. We ride bikes. Our entire family ride bikes. We love bikes. So I'm definitely not anti-bike. I mentioned, the deaths that are occurring, the injuries that are occurring. No one here is saying, we're pretty saddened by that. But we can't destroy an entire street which is employing hundreds and thousands of staff. Can I just say, in terms of how many vehicles, 9,000 vehicles, this is from Council today, thank you, Acting CEO. 9,000 vehicles go north along Sydney Road, 8,000 vehicles go south every day. 870 vehicles head north in the evening peak, while 810 vehicles head south in the morning peak. Our clearways are between 4 and 6 p.m, and we know what that does to trade, and morning clearways are between 7 and 9 a.m. Could you imagine being a 24-hour clearway for the whole 6 months? 512 cyclists head south in the morning peak on Sydney Road. On the uphill bike path. 420 cyclists head north in the evening. 213 use Sydney Road in the morning peak, and 200 use it in the north in the evening peak. 2,200 people use, thank you, Madam Mayor, I'm almost done. 2,200 people use the uphill bike path. 62% of bike riders are saying it's safer, it's better. So it just makes sense that we would invest in, if you said to me, hang on, Oscar, councillor, hang on, you're wrong, because there's no bike path, mate. There's no bike path that's diagonal along Sydney Road. You're jeopardising the safety of them. We're not. There already is a bike path. Invest in that.
Thank you, Councillor Yildiz.
Madam Mayor, other councillors...
You're well over time, and everyone has been...
Yeah, 3 minutes 52, Mark Riley. 3 minutes 48, Dale Martin.
Go, keep talking. You're wasting your precious minutes.
That's ironic, isn't it? They get to speak longer, but I don't. How about your timing? Because I did. Thank you.
I'm happy to move an extension of time.
Yes. Get up and keep going. Get up and keep going.
I'm happy to move an extension of time.
Yeah, okay.
No, I'll be voting against that.
Okay. Councillors in favour of?
I've got amendments.
Okay, let's hear your amendment, Sue.
Okay. I'll read them out and see if anyone's prepared to second.
Sure.
So, to add, this is mostly amending point 4, and this is about council getting information at the same time as the trial is being conducted. And that, so the first point, point K, or H, point H, one tick, numbers these amendments, sorry, okay, okay.
C, maybe.
Okay, so point C, okay. Amend 4.C, where it currently says removal of on-street car parking, and to add the words and investigate whether there's a need to increase off-street parking to compensate. I'll just read them all out and then people can second what they want or not second anything. Point G, so add an extra point. That we to look at the question of increases in traffic on local roads coming off Sydney Road. This is all the information we need in order to be able to assess the trial. And point H, increases in traffic on Lygon Street and Melville Road. Point J, tram speeds on Sydney Road. And then a point K, that the trial incorporate any changes following the Department of Transport's consultation with emergency services on the implications of the various options. And then point L, consulting the Transport Workers Union to inform relocation of loading bays to assist businesses without rear vehicle access. So if I get any seconders, I'll speak.
Well, let's see if it's acceptable to the mover and seconder first. Riley and Martin.
Ask some clarification on point K. Is that we're going to be doing that work, or we're going to be writing to Yarra Trams to ask for that? Because that might slide into point L if we're doing consultation with other state government authorities.
Well, I think whether we collect the data ourselves or we collect it from Yarra Trams or I imagine it would be from the Department of Transport, we need that information to be able to assess this trial.
So do we have to write to somebody, just seeking a bit of clarification, potentially we have to include write to...
Well, the beginning bit, the beginning bit of point 4 talks about needing this information from all of these letter points in order to better understand the impacts of the change. So what I'm suggesting is we add some extra measures that we want to, I imagine we'll have to write, but I don't think we haven't written right, for all of the other bits of information. That would obviously be, we'd go to whatever source we need to get the information.
To better understand.
Yeah.
In order to understand the impacts of every change on Sydney Road is going to have unintended consequences, and we need to understand the gamut of those.
So we'll just find out, is that acceptable?
Councillor Bolton, I'm happy to accept all those if you would include a slight addition to M, which is consultation with the TWU and other relevant bodies. And just and other relevant bodies, if we could add that, please.
So, Councillor Bolton, would you like to speak to the motion that's been incorporated?
Now, I'm not 100% supportive of any of the Vic Roads options. And I've been, ever since I've been on council, I've sort of been concerned about the complexities of Sydney Road and the fact that the size of the road means that no one's going to be happy with any outcome. I think in this, and especially because it is a trial, I have come down on the side of cycling safety, but I am moving these amendments because I feel that there needs to be examination of more aspects of the consequences or possible consequences of such a major change to Sydney Road. I certainly feel that there needs to be more data in order to be able to assess this trial. There is something which we haven't really talked about tonight, and that is this motion is talking about not only a trial of the section of Sydney Road between Brunswick Road and Glen Line Road, but also when the level crossings are removed, the bike path will be cut off. And so the proposal is that bike traffic be, directed along Sydney Road. And so, and with a option C kind of treatment for that detour. One extra aspect, which is also going to have an impact on, is likely to have an impact on Sydney Road, is unless the level crossing authority gives priority for cyclists and pedestrians at the Bell Street, Munro Street, Brainerd Street and Moreland Road crossings, it means commuter cyclists will all be streaming down Sydney Road because it'll be, the uphill bike path will be unusable for any cyclists unless they're more recreational kind of cyclists or just going for short trips. Because, once the boom gates are removed, if people have to stop at lights at every one of those cross streets, I think a lot of really fit super fast cyclists are going to be going down Sydney Road. So there are going to be a lot of things happening which we have to understand how they all intersect. One positive thing I think out of the report is it's talking about the detour for the level crossing removal should happen at a separate time to the trial of this option 3 of bike lanes in the southern part of the municipality. I think that is important that those two things happen at different times. I certainly recognise there are limitations with this option 3, but I think at the end of the day, I've come down on the side of cycling safety, but I also recognise there are other issues. And one of the things is that with the off-street car parks, while it is known that the off-street car parks are underutilised, I don't think they're as underutilised as they used to be. Because my impression, like Edward Street car park, I'm aware of, I'm not sure about the other ones. I know that a lot of residents in the nearby apartment buildings occupy a lot of those car parks. And so, you know, certainly if we do remove parking off, I'll finish on this sentence, if we do remove car parking off Sydney Road, we have to look at whether or not we need to create additional car parking off Sydney Road to replace that car parking.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Councillor Yildiz, the clock we're using is behind you. Thank you. Against? Councillor Carly Hannon.
So the reason that I rise to speak against is really that I feel that option 3 by Vic Roads is impractical. I think that it's extremely bad for tram users, which I'll discuss further, and it's also ludicrously expensive. I actually spoke with the Department of Transport around what they would cite this to be, and they actually said it would be over $10 million. So as a trial, I just don't understand how we could possibly put that kind of money into this. The other thing that the study by the Department of Transport in 2018 showed us was similar to the figures that Councillor Yildiz pointed out tonight. At Albert Street, which is just north of where this proposal is for, there were 23% car users, 780 of them. Trams were 1,650, so that was 50% were using tram. Bikes were 100, which was 3%, and that was the bikes on Sydney Road, whereas 400, so 12% were the bikes at the upfield line. And I think that pedestrians were 400, so that was 12%. So I think that what we need to recognise is that the data actually demonstrates that our trams are our most important use for commuters. And if you actually imagine what Vic Roads is proposing, having just one road for all the cars and the trams to go down is going to really hold up our trams. One of the biggest concerns I've actually thought about is how are people going to turn left and right? There's no options for having separated lanes at any point in the intersection. So that means that all the traffic, including the bicycles, will be held up by this proposal. It's actually also really potentially very dangerous for the cyclists, because I actually looked at the road laws that showed that cyclists must not ride on the left side of the vehicle indicating left, and the vehicle must not go into the lane if there's cyclists already in it. So you can imagine if there's just one lane of traffic going left or right, actually determining where the cyclist is at any point, particularly in peak hour, is going to be very dangerous. When we talk about protected bicycle lanes, surely what we want is actually for there to be protection for the cyclists, which means that the road rules need to be clear. I also believe that it's been discussed a lot in the chamber tonight, that it is actually council's responsibility to make sure that Sydney Road is a destination. We do not want to create a road that is only there to be bypassed, and it is a commuter road that doesn't actually create a precinct for the retail industry, as has been discussed a lot tonight. So I think that whatever solution we have for Sydney Road, it must include 2 lanes at the intersections. We have to keep some parking. We have to ensure that it's accessible, that our tram stops are safe, that they are used by disability people as well, people with mobility issues. And that also means that our parking needs to be able to provide that as well. The other thing about it is that when it comes to pedestrians, we need to think about the intersection between the footpath and the tram stops. Parking at the moment actually provides a buffer, so if we're going to be removing that, what would we be putting in place instead? So I guess the main thing is that I would support decreasing parking around the intersections, but to conclude, option 3 fails to actually support public transport, and we should be supporting evidence-based transport planning, which would demonstrate that trams are the most efficient mode of transport and that we need to make sure that we support all of our users. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carly Hannon. In favour? Has everybody spoken?
Can I just move an amendment?
You can try.
Got that right? Yes, look, I'm happy to reserve my rights to speak. I certainly support the alternative that's been proposed by Councillor O'Farnley, but I'd like to move an amendment to include making off Sydney Road car parks near the trial zone free during the trial period, apart from business permits, and replace with 2-hour parking instead, parking restrictions
Can I
instead.
just clarify something? Could we find out if we charge for off-street parking in the area affected by the trial? Do we know that?
Is the Edward Street car?
It's Edward Street, be Dawson Street. It would be a whole range of maybe one or two others.
I don't park a car down there. I'm just asking the question.
No,
So, and we don't have any. Have you got any information about what the cost would be or anything like that? Any of the background? Just before I decide whether I'm going to support it.
in the document circulated with alternative motions and resolutions, you would see that information listed.
Can you, if it's in front of you, do you want to tell me what the figure is?
Perhaps we can go to the officer. I think he will probably be able to explain the figures a lot better.
Thank you.
So yes, thank you, councillor. So the paid parking is $2.80 per hour.
Yep.
And through the recently resolved MITS changes, there was a resolution by council to change all-day parking as part of that to $10 per day.
Yep.
In terms of the state government parking levy, which is charged to council.
We can't affect that anyway.
No.
That's good, thanks.
Yep.
Councillor Martin and Councillor Riley, is that acceptable to you as the mover and seconder? Councillor Tapanos, do you have a seconder? Councillor Bolton had her hand up first. Okay, so we'll just get some words organised and get it back up on the screen. Councillor Tapanos, would you like to speak to the...
Thank you. I think this
No, he's got a seconder.
amendment is in line with the previous ones that have been accepted, and that is to recognise that we need to transition more motorists to park off Sydney Road. And certainly I welcome the previous incorporated amendments for more signage, for an investigation into these things. But if we are to achieve the vision that the officer recommendation calls for, you must have mode shift, and you must have more people parking off Sydney Road. And look, I acknowledge that as time goes on, parking will become more of a premium, more difficult to obtain, and there may be less and less car parking spots on Sydney Road. So I don't think this is an option. I think it's something we need to go down this path. And to be honest with you, I don't think we've done enough of this. A few years ago, when we endorsed the vision for Revitalise Sydney Road, this was one of the core things.
Sorry,
that they
Councillor
said is
Tapanos,
required.
are you speaking to your amendment? Because we need to talk to you and vote on the amendment.
Yes, I am.
Right. Okay.
So the Revitalise Sydney Road plan, called for this action, called to start transitioning people away from Sydney Road and onto the off-street car parks. I don't think we have done that effectively. I don't think this council has taken these actions to actually do this. And I have a look at the survey results in the report, and of those surveyed who drive to Sydney Road, it does say there that 45% parked in off-street car parks, of which 88% did not pay for parking. So it seems to me that parking fees are a real deterrent. It really is. If we want to achieve the broader vision that you aspire to, you must remove the barriers that people have from parking off Sydney Road. And one of those barriers very clearly is the cost involved. So this is a key integral motion that must accompany any trial if you want the trial to be successful, in my view. And it does go with the aims of supporting the greater vision that you want to see. So I think that this is something that we should consider. I think that it would be appreciated by everyone involved, and we would start getting that transition from Sydney Road to off-street car parks that you so aspire. I'd like to see the debate and see what councillors think of it. The costs, after you take away the levy we pay to the state government, in my view, is negligible.
Thank you, Councillor Tapanos. Councillor Yildiz is the Councillor Bolton is the seconder. Would you like to speak to it? Councillor to speak against the amendment. Councillor Kavanagh's hand I saw first.
First of all, I want to say that I'm not entirely against the amendment, but I don't want to be voting for something without knowing all the financial implications. I also am party to a council that continually talks about state government cost shifting, and yet this motion would be an enormous cost shift in that we would be, the council, the ratepayers would be left with the burden of the congestion tax, which is paid on the car parks, while not getting any revenue in return. So in other words, it's a free kick to the state government. In essence, I would encourage Councillor Tapanos to look at putting this at a motion at next month so that we can look in the intervening month and see what are the implications. I don't like doing things on the run. I'm not in theory against the entire thing, but I do think I want to look at all the unintended consequences as well.
Fair comment. In support of Councillor Tapanos's amendment. Councillor Bolton in support.
Well, I just think it would be useful to consider this to attract some of the car parking on Sydney Road, off Sydney Road, into the car park.
Sorry, Councillor Bolton, let me just check something out with governance, because as the seconder you reserve the right to speak to it.
In the same way that you couldn't speak.
You can't reserve the right.
So you don't have the right of reply, which is
No,
what.
it's not a right of reply. It's just
So because she didn't
Speaking
speak as the
debate.
seconder, can't she speak now? Yeah.
In all of these things, there is some discretion in my report.
You may apply discretion.
I will apply my discretion and I'll allow you to speak, Councillor Bolton, and I'll even reset the clock.
very unusual meeting procedure.
Just had to check. I'm really sorry to interrupt
no,
you.
don't worry. It's,
Thank
lots
you.
of strange things with meeting procedure in governmental bodies. I really, I don't need to speak for very long. It's really just, I think it would be very useful during the trial to see if we can attract some of the car parking on Sydney Road into the off-street car parks, and see if that, I think we need to do something to try and assist the trial, in my opinion. And I think this would be useful. It's not the be-all and the end-all, but it would be something useful to experiment with.
Thank you. Hang on a second. A councillor against Councillor Tapanos's amendment, Councillor Martin.
Thanks. I'm speaking against this for two reasons. The first is that this is a trial, and as part of the trial, we want the conditions to be as like what they would be if we rolled out separated bike lanes along Sydney Road. And if we were to offer free parking, which is not what our transport policy says that we would do, you essentially skew the results. And so potentially what might happen is people might park in the car park. We say, oh, this is great. There's no impact on local residents. We roll out the separated bike lanes, and then we put in our paid car parking back in. Then all the residents go, everyone's parking in our street. What's going on? So I don't think that it's good to apply this because it will skew the results. And second is that our southern car parks in our municipality, we pay over $100,000 a year to the state government from what's called a congestion levy. So a percentage of all of the paid parking in the south of the city goes to the state government. We don't know how much of that we would be liable for, and so I don't think that this is for the financial cost and also for the implications that it will skew the results of the survey. I don't think this amendment is acceptable.
Thank you, Councillor Martin.
Can I just clarify a question?
Hang on a sec.
Can I just clarify? And just because I've heard it raised now in reply 2 times, and I'd like to get the officer's recommendation, but my understanding is on the congestion levy, if you do not charge for that bay, you do not pay a congestion levy.
Let me find out. Do we know that? We do know?
Correct.
We do? That's correct.
That is correct.
Very good. We've clarified that.
Okay.
Can I speak for?
Well, that's good to know.
Yes, you can speak for the amendment. Thank you.
So we were talking about the 2 car parks. One's on Dawson Street across the road from the Leisure Centre, and the other one's at Edward Street. Now the issue is when we approved a permit for a cinema in Brunswick near Barclay Square Shopping Centre, and what the manager of the centre said when she was here is she said the only option I've got is to install paid parking in the shopping centre because you know what's going to happen. And I said, okay, so my fear is for those 6 months, if run by JLL, turn around and say, we're going to have paid parking here as well. So this is going to drive people to other people's homes, and people that live around that area don't have enough parking anyway. Now, I'm getting the feeling that we're going to lose this whole thing tonight, where it's probably going to get approved. But at least if we can give something back to the traders, just something little, because in a way this is going to benefit the traders, because we're allowing people to park. And the thing is, we don't actually make a lot of money from, we're not the City of Melbourne, we don't make, from what I know, happy to pass over to the director, we actually don't make money from parking anyway, really, when you think about it. So why not? I appreciate what Councillor Kavanagh said about not making policy on the run, but this is for the livelihood of people's businesses. This is for the livelihood of people surviving or going out of business. The way it's going is all we're going to have is a bicycle ghost town along that stretch, and we can't. So I'm asking councillors, please, if we can at least support this amendment to hopefully give the traders something, because I get the feeling that we're probably going to lose the overall motion anyway.
Thank you, Councillor Yildiz. I'll speak against the amendment, just the amendment. Councillor Tapanos made 2 points. We must have mode shift, and also that the council has done nothing to deter car parking on Sydney Road. And I completely agree with both of those things. And I think that providing free parking off Sydney Road is not going to create mode shift. So I won't be supporting the amendment. Councillor who'd like to speak in favour of the amendment? Probably ready to put the amendment to the vote. All those in favour of Councillor Tapanos's amendment? Against? So I'm afraid I have to use the casting vote to declare that it's 5-5 Helen's away.
It's 5-5, is it? Okay.
So I'm using the casting vote to declare that lost. Unfortunately, Councillor Tapanos, maybe it will come back as a notice of motion.
Can we call for division on that, please?
Yeah, it's recorded that I used the casting vote, and it'll probably be in the leader tomorrow anyway. Sometime soon. Now, right. Okay, so all those in favour of Councillor Tapanos's amendment? Councillor Yildiz, Councillor Tapanos, Councillor Afanli, Councillor Carly Hannon and Councillor Bolton? Against? Councillors Martin, Kavanagh, Abood, Riley and Dorney?
Can I speak to the substantive motion?
Yes, we'll now return to the substantive motion, and Councillor Kavanagh's on his feet to speak.
Okay, I came to tonight's meeting with the intention of supporting the officer recommendation, and I certainly wouldn't have supported a permanent closure, but a 6-month trial, particularly between Brunswick Road and Glenline Road, I thought had merit, and I thought it was a good idea. But I must say Jessica's impassioned plea has swung me tonight. She said that she had 2 bad months of trade and she came close to bankruptcy. I've always believed that a trial might result in improvements for the traders, but my hunch is not enough, I don't think, to put in jeopardy a person's livelihood, and therefore I'm not prepared to support the officer recommendation tonight. The other point is that as I mentioned before, what we're doing tonight is making our submission to the Department of Transport. Our submission is for a trial. The other danger, and it is a danger, is that the Department of Transport, after investing a large amount of money, may decide that it's a permanent closure against our will. And therefore, that is a danger, I think. That in fact, if our survey after 6 months does show that it's had a detrimental effect, I'm hopeful and I believe, as I said, my hunch is that it won't. But if it does, then we might have a permanent closure there when we a permanent change to option 3 against our will. And so I understand the arguments in favour, I really do, and the people who are putting them forward are honourable people. But on tonight, I'm sorry, I'm not going to support the officer recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. I've got an amendment to put forward, which is that probably somewhere between I and J increases in bicycle traffic on Sydney Road. if that's acceptable to the mover and seconder, and also consultation with the traders impacted by the trial between Brunswick Road and Glen Lyon Road.
Yep.
Okay.
Fine by me.
Sorry, I didn't circulate it earlier. It came to me when Councillor Bolton put hers.
Yes.
So since that's been incorporated,
Can I just have the second part again?
yep, consultation with the traders impacted by the trial between Brunswick Road and Glen Lyon Road. Because it would be remiss of us not to consult with them if we're running a trial like that, in my opinion. John, can you tell me how many council or government groups have now declared a climate emergency?
Around the world, it's over 1,000.
Thank you.
Local government.
Okay, for me, there's an elephant in this room. There's the fact that this council has done a couple of things, which is what has got us to this position. The first thing that we did is we developed a council plan at the start of the 4-year term, and one of the priorities of the council plan was to create mode shift in the city. That means people out of cars. What we know is that 9,000 people drive up and 8,000 people drive down, probably one to a car. If you put those people in any other mode of transport out of a car, it's a more efficient way for them to travel. The emissions are lower, they move better down the corridor, it's easier for people. I pass cars on a bicycle. Now, it's very important that we acknowledge that not everybody is going to get out of a car. This is not what this is about, but there are people like me who can get out of a car. If we make cycling easier by removing car parks, more people will ride. I'm quite sure of that. It's cheaper. There's a billion different reasons why it's better. The other thing that this council did unanimously is declare a climate emergency. The council has recognised that we are in a climate emergency, and we're trying to pretend we're in some kind of bubble where we can just go on business as usual. That the businesses that are tanking, and my own business is down from time to time, that's happening because people are not saying, you know what, maybe I don't need to consume things like this anymore. Maybe I need to buy things differently. Maybe I need to buy things that are second hand. Maybe I don't need to spend 70K on a wedding. Maybe I should try and think about being more sustainable. And this is a very important part of the policies and principles that I was elected on. There are people in this room that used to say things like more sustainable transport on Sydney Road who seem to have changed their minds in favour of cars, which is something that I don't understand. So while I understand the concerns of the community and of the traders, I don't think that this is what the traders need or don't need. I think the traders need support anyway, because the street is tanking. There are heaps of empty shops on the street. If we go on business as usual, what's to say that you don't go broke or I don't go broke? We need a different problem. This looked at creating place. It looked at extending footpaths, making friendlier places for people to sit, making better access for people who are not one to a car to get onto the street, do their business and then go somewhere else. So I have no qualms about, thank you, I have no qualms about supporting this officer recommendation, which is just for a 6-month trial. It's had amendments combined into it, amended into it, that cover some of the detail about what we need to know from the trial and who we need to protect. And I hope Councillor Kavanagh and other councillors will support the motion, will support the amended motion. So I'm pretty sure everybody's spoken.
No.
Councillor Tapanos, you haven't spoken to the...
Substantive, no.
Okay, go for your life.
Thank you. Well, I rise to speak in favour of the alternative and against the motion as proposed. Look, a lot of this has already been said already, but we know Sydney Road is a destination shopping strip. We know it's what really makes our city great and vibrant, and people come from everywhere to go to Sydney Road. And I don't want to change that. I also know it's congested and I know it's narrow. It has a number of competing priorities, so whether that's the tram, whether that's the cars, whether that's buses that also go on there, whether that's cyclists and pedestrians. And we just can't accommodate everyone. That's just a reality. The road is too narrow. First and foremost, for me, I support maintaining a strong and vibrant shopping strip. I think that must be the key priority, not a car or a cycling highway. I would like to see extended footpaths. I would like to see things that support the shopping strip. Secondly, I would also like to see us look at transportation more holistically. And the bulk of the people travel along Sydney Road on trams. That should be one of the priorities. I think we will find, if we count them, that the second biggest is pedestrians. I think that should be the priority. So, look, I think that we have a long way to go to actually get a shared community vision here. It requires a lot of money to implement anything on Sydney Road, and it would be very difficult. And it just won't happen unless we have a shared community vision. I don't see the urgency for a trial now. I really don't. Particularly when the state government has not budgeted any money in its state budget. It has no intention. It's just a survey and an opinion. I think we should hold our views. I think we should let them complete their process and then make a more informed decision. Things change, solutions will come up. When one is obvious, I hope that one day we have elevated rail right across the line. We should be advocating for this, in my view. And that would give an opportunity to have a dedicated bike lane, two lanes up, 2 lanes down. But we're not there yet. I hope one day we will transition to more people having parking off Sydney Road. But we're not there yet. And I'm disappointed my amendment didn't get up. Voting against my amendment does not help us getting to where we want to go. So the timing is not right. We've heard that tonight from our traders. And I know people said they've been bombarded by emails. I've been bombarded by pro-cycling emails as well. But I'll tell you what, it takes a lot more courage and a lot more passion to come here and tell us here in person what they think as opposed to sending an email. So I take these views very serious. I do believe, councillors, we are heading down the wrong path. We don't need to take this path now. And we just need to support the alternative and see what comes into the future. Other options will come up because none of these are good enough for Sydney Road. The urgency is just simply not there, and neither is the money in the budget. Vote this down. Our shopping strip just can't sustain a trial at the moment. We heard that loud and clear. 2 years ago, my father broke his leg, and I have seen him recover from that injury. And I've seen how important his mobility is to be able to go shopping on Sydney Road, to be able to go visit friends and families. When I make decisions in this chamber, I make decisions for our entire community, particularly those that need it the most. If we remove car parking off Sydney Road, I think it would be more difficult for him and many others who have disability permits and require those parking permits. I cannot, in all good consciousness, support a trial here today that will damage our vibrant shopping district and will create a city that is only there for those who are mobile enough to cycle and doesn't look after those who need it most.
Thank you, Councillor Tapanos.
People with mobility issues.
You've gone over 4 minutes. Thank you. I know the clock is behind you, and I did let you go a bit longer, but sorry. Thank you. I believe Councillor Riley has the right to reply.
Thank you. Thank you everyone for the debate. This is a really important issue. This is iconic, and I do need to point out that the shared bike path is at capacity at the busiest times, and there is no capacity to actually expand it because of the issues with the ownership. We don't own that land. It's not a viable option. Trading on the street shows that people spend more than $50 when they come to the street, whether regardless of their mode of transport, and that people who come by motor vehicle or cycling are more likely to spend more than $100. So I think by supporting both forms of transport, we get a better outcome. Disability issues are being addressed in the motion about having disabled parking in the adjacent side streets, and I think that we are cognizant of that. We're trying to work on that. We've also said that we're enshrining the special charge scheme to support the viability and growth of our local businesses and shopping strips, and that the potential impact of removing car parks will be examined for pedestrians and cyclists so they can be better understood. We're also looking at the prospect of e-bikes on the rise, and we need to be able to cater to those. Bikes going down a separated bike path, you can get 4,600 of them down a road in 1 hour, as opposed to only 2,640 passengers in trams and only 1,900 cars. Do the math. Do the math. The other thing is the technology and everything that we've said in our report tonight suggests that when it comes to the options on the street, that in fact I believe that even though it's not that detailed, but the tramways are likely to share single lanes with motorists, and at times, because you're not having people pulling in and out, the trams will flow much faster. That's what it says on option 3 is under the analysis the officers provided. And I think that we'll be able to manage those and see those effects by actually doing this trial and getting some data to know where we go forward. So I think it's a very difficult issue. I thank everyone for their contributions to the debate. And while change is difficult, it's important that we try and use this as an opportunity rather than as a danger or a threat. I think this is actually a real opportunity.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. Thank you, councillors. I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Declare that lost. Declare. No.
No, one on the casting.
Sorry, can we do this again? All those in favour? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, against?
One on the casting.
Okay, so it is one on the casting vote. Thank you.
Division.
Yep, and Councillor Farnley has called for a division. So all those in favour? Councillor Martin? Abood? Riley? Dorney and Bolton? Against? Yildiz, Tapanos, Kavanagh, O'Farnley and Carly Hannon. Thank you. Councillors, I've had a request to bring forward the level crossing removal notice of motion.
Do we have an adjournment?
Yeah, we might just take a 5-minute break. Oh, only because it might go on for Do you want to do it? Yeah. 5-minute adjournment.
Cemal Akdeniz. Avustralya'ya 1974 yılında geldim ve ilk yerleştiğim bölgelerden bir tanesi Brunswick. Moorland bölgesi Türklerin yoğun olarak oturmuş olduğu bir bölgeydi. Bu bölgeye yerleşmemize neden oldu. Tabii ki ilk geldiğimizde dil bilmiyoruz. Bu nedenle dilimizi konuşan insanlarla beraber olmaktan daha doğal bir şey yoktu. O nedenle buraya geldik. Moorland bölgesinde ilk banka memurları Türkçe bilen elemanlar bulundurmaktaydı. Bankaya gider, gaz ödemelerimizi vesaire bilmediğimiz konularda bize çok yardımları dokundu. Bunlar toplumun diğer bölgelerinde oturan Türk toplumunun da Brunswick ve Coburg bölgesine gelmesine büyük imkan sağladı. Erkekler ağır sanayide çalışma durumuna gitmiştik. Daha fazla para kazanmak için. Bu bölgede çok tekstil fabrikaları vardı. Eşlerimiz de birçoğu tekstil ve yiyecek atölyelerinde, fabrikalarında çalışmak için bu bölge bizim tercihimiz olmuştu. Moorland'da geldiğimizde en sevdiğimiz yer Cemal Dayı'nın kahvesi diye bir yer vardı. O kahvenin içerisinde çorba, berber, her şey mevcuttu. O zaman City'ye gittiğiniz zaman saat 5'te, 6'da her taraf kapalı oluyordu. Biz yine bölgemize geldiğimizde Moorland bölgesine işte Türk kahveleri açık oluyordu geç vakit kadar. Orada da arkadaşlarımızla oturup sohbet ederdik, muhabbet ederdik. Biz ilk geldiğimiz zamanlarda bölgede sosyal, kültürel ağırlıklarımızı yönlendirmek için de 1985 yılında Moorland Türk Derneği olarak bir derneğimiz oluştu. Bu dernek ilk başladığında spor aktiviteleri, daha sonraki dönemlerde de kültür değerlerimizin Avustralya toplumlarıyla, Avustralya kültürleriyle daha iç içe yaşamamız için entegre olma yönüne büyük gayret gösterdik. Ve burada da biz dernek olarak başarılı olduğumuzu düşünüyorum. Moreland bölgesine geldiğim için de kendimi çok şanslı hissediyorum. Çünkü çok kültürlülüğü yaşamış oldum bu bölgede. Gayet güzel bir şekilde benim birçok dostlarım, Avustralyalı dostlarımın olduğu gibi göçmen dostlarım var. İtalyanlardan, Yunan göçmenlerinden, Arap göçmenlerinden birçok dostlarımla beraber burada mutluluk içerisinde hep ilişkilerimizi devam ettik.
When we set up studios in Oven Street, Brunswick, this gallery became a very prominent and important venue for all of the artists in the region. It's the hub, I guess, for all our activity here.
I've been associated with the Brunswick artist community for quite a few decades now, and the Coonahan to me has supported me in a lot of exhibitions over those times. The Coonahan Gallery offers an element of social justice. It's got a great collection. I've donated work to this art collection, and they've bought it in the 80s when I was part of the Red Letter Community Workshop here. So I feel I'm intricately linked with this gallery.
Since, of course, the gallery was established, it's become a really important cultural scene here with arts and music and cafes and the cafe culture, and it all seems to revolve around this Coonahan Gallery.
I think it's been really supportive of a lot of artists, and hopefully for many years to come.
Every club could ask themselves, how am I being inclusive to women and girls? How am I opening our doors and saying, please come in, all abilities, all shapes and sizes. What do you want to be part of? How do you want to be involved? What can we do for you?
Hi everyone, I'm Councillor Natalie Aboud, the Mayor of the City of Moreland. I've lived in Moreland for the last 13 years or so. I'm raising 3 little boys with my husband and spend a lot of time outdoors in the local parklands. I've always been someone who's had a great interest about what's going on around me. So it sort of was a natural thing for me to put my hand up and run for council. I love the fact that you can get so heavily involved in community projects and there's lots of really active people in the community. I really love the diversity of this city. I find it fascinating that you can be alongside the creek and feel like you could be anywhere from Warrandyte to the Otways. But then you can be in a boutique looking at locally designed clothes or eating some incredible food from pretty much anywhere in the world. I'm really looking forward to developing easier ways for people to get across the city. We really need to make sure that we keep a handle on the way we manage growth, development, transport or waste. We need to make sure that life in the city gets better for the people who live here, and I do feel like it has been. We need to keep a handle on what's happening and make sure needs are being met.
By 2036, it's estimated there'll be 43,000 more people living here in Moreland. And they're all going to need to move about. To walk, cycle, drive, bus, tram, train, use shared vehicles, and whatever technology emerges next. Smart, effective transport is vital. So
I now move to the next item, which I'm bringing forward, which is a notice of motion 4119, level crossing advocacy. Councillor Bolton.
Okay, so My motion, which I imagine will come up on the screen soon, I've got a couple of extra components of this motion beyond what was in the original. So the original motion, which is raising advocacy points for council which haven't been voted on so far. So the first point is that escalators be installed at the elevated station. So these are all advocacy points to the level crossing removal. That escalators be installed at the elevated stations, Moreland and Coburg stations. The 2 lifts be installed on both sides of both Moreland and Coburg stations with an uninterrupted power supply. That public toilets be installed in both stations, including at the currently unstaffed Moreland station. The public consultation be on the station designs in addition to the open space. That Reynard Street, Munro Street and Bell Street crossings at the site of the level crossing removal receive traffic treatment which prioritises pedestrians and cyclists over cars, and should Victoria Street be open for vehicle traffic, that it also receives traffic treatment which prioritises pedestrians and cyclists over cars. That a rail crossover be reinstated north of Bell Street, that the pedestrian gates at the rail crossing at the O'Hay Street Main Street rail crossing be widened to allow continuation of the O'Hay Street shared path to link up with the Upfield shared path. That a public meeting with representatives of the LXRP and members of the community to discuss the proposals in the visions for the Upfield corridor document. The second point is seeking information for the level crossing removal project on the issue of likely risks from brake particulate pollution from the elevated train line and steps it's taking to mitigate that risk. Point 3 is that when Heritage Victoria begins public consultation on the Upfield Railway Precinct later this year, that Council makes a submission seeking the inclusion of the Munro Street signal box building and substation, the gardens surrounding the Moreland train station, the Tinning Street signal box and gates, the Colebrook Street substation and rails, the Coburg Station pedestrian underpass, and significant native trees in the Coburg Railway Reserve on the Victorian Heritage Register. Number 4 is revisit the decision to reopen Victoria Street Coburg to traffic, as this decision was taken many years ago before there was any proposal to remove level crossing removal, and many in the community are unaware of this plan. And the final point 5 is notes that in response to Heritage Victoria's interim protection order along the Upfield Railway Line precinct, Heritage Victoria have today advertised receipt of an application from the Level Crossing Authority to demolish the Munro Street signal box, with submissions due by Wednesday, 28 August. Council will make a submission opposing the demolition of the signal box and circulate...
Hang on a sec, that's different to what's up there. Okay. 6 reads differently to what you're saying.
Okay, you had that Council receives a report in time for submission.
Yep, there's an 80-page...
years after.
Before the close of submissions, and we've proposed a special council meeting to address it.
Oh, okay.
On the
was
22nd.
From what you circulated.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just left a bit open-ended that we will consider the submission before.
I'm happy with that. I was just worried about us missing the boat.
Yeah.
So,
well, I'll second it so you can talk.
Okay. So this motion is designed for council to take a position on some issues which it hasn't taken positions on. It's also on the basis of some information which the LXRP revealed to councillors in a briefing. And one of the issues which Australian Pensioners Voice, there were several people, delegates in that organisation here earlier, came to speak about, but the meeting dragged on too long, so they had to leave. So some are here. Okay, I don't know all of you. I've only met some of you.
The dads have left.
Because a lot of people in the community are very disturbed about the fact that LXRP is trying to do a cheap project and wants to just put in lifts and stairs and no escalators at the elevated railway stations. And I think one problem that is going to cause is it will mean everyone will cram for the lifts, anyone who can't really use the stairs, and it may restrict people who are in wheelchairs from being able to access the lifts because there'll be a cram. There'll be people in wheelchairs, people with prams and young children, there'll be people with heavy luggage, there will be people with bicycles going for the lifts, plus anyone else who might be able to use an escalator but can't tackle the stairs. And there is experience from certainly Footscray Station where there were so many falls down the stairs they had to retrofit with escalators. So I don't think we want to be campaigning in retrospectively for this to be fixed. I've been advised by disability advocates that the lifts, and there need to be 2 lifts on both sides of each station. Now, LXRP has been inconsistent with the information they've put forward about that, whether there'll be 1 or 2 lifts. But I've been informed that they need to have an uninterrupted power supply in order to, especially at Moreland Station, which is unstaffed, because I'm very worried about people who are in wheelchairs or, who can't get down from an unstaffed station and with equipment malfunctioning. I'm particularly concerned about the crossings at Bell Street, Munro Street and Reynard Street, because as soon as the boom gates are removed, there'll be huge amounts of traffic going through. Like Munro Street's already a massive problem, and for cyclists and pedestrians, this is going to be a massive issue, and I think it will push, unless there is priority for cyclists and pedestrians, some sort of treatment. I'm not an expert in this, so I've left it open-ended, but some sort of treatment to prioritise pedestrians and cyclists. Unless that happens, then all of the cyclists will be forced onto Sydney Road, like anyone who's fit enough to and brave enough to brave Sydney Road. As the level crossing removal in the north, like the ramp to come up,
you might be able to close.
Could I just explain the O'Hay Street one? Oh, maybe. No,
Sorry.
Okay, I'll leave it till right of reply.
Maybe you could pass your notes to somebody else. As the seconder, as the seconder, I have no hesitation supporting this. It's about advocacy, and this is the third item this evening, which is about council advocating to state government for better outcomes to the community. It's not as much. I didn't expect to be doing quite so much of this when I ran for council, but I'm very happy to, because the community leads us on this stuff. And I'm responding to the people who elected me because of their advocacy to me. So I think it's really important that we support all of these points and advocate for better outcomes, the same way we advocated for an all-of-line solution. We're talking about pensioners in the community, people with specific needs in the community, commuters, cyclists. You know, to some extent, this whole project is about cars again, and there's just no denying that. I suspect this is one that we're talking about that actually has the dollars behind it and might be delivered, which is different. And I'm the chair in my role as mayor of the CARG, Community Action Reference Group. So it would be remiss of me not to support Councillor Bolton's motion, I think, on this important issue. Are there any councillors that would like to speak against Councillor Bolton's motion? And any other councillors that would really like to speak in support of? So I guess I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? And it's carried unanimously. And could we have that please recorded as unanimous? Very good. Okay, let me just find where we're at and we'll get back into the agenda as it was written. So we're now up to DCD 2019, Full Potential, a strategy for Moreland's young people, policy adoption. Can I have a councillor to move this? Councillor Martin?
I could move an alternative with my amendment.
Well, how about I second it and you put your amendment? So Councillor Abood to second.
Councillor Bolton can move, that's fine.
Okay, yeah, sure. So move it with the amendment. Okay, that's fine too.
There was a suggested rewording of my amendment.
Okay, so just to clarify, Councillor Bolton will move it with her amendment and Councillor Martin will second.
It's on the screen.
It's, yeah, they've got it, so,
Okay, alrighty.
I need to read it.
so you can speak as the mover.
Okay, so and it's been seconded. Okay, all right. So I'm moving this report, that we adopt this strategy for Moreland's young people policy, but with an amendment which is to note a particular issue for young people is the location of services and transport issues. Actually, I find it a bit hard to read from here. And transport issues in getting to them and the cost to access services and spaces, and requests that the development of the action plan to guide the implementation of this strategy be received by Council later in 2019. Will include exploration of proposals for youth programs in the northern part of Morelands, such as Fawkner and Glenroy, and proposals to deal with the cost of services and cost of venues. And just in speaking to it, I think there is a lot of, there has been extensive surveying, particularly of young people in schools. I sort of do feel that there were maybe some groups of young people that probably weren't captured in this. And, some things were fairly general. I think probably there'll be able to be much more engagement when it gets to the practical aspects of what council's going to do, rather than the strategy document, which, because it's sort of more of an overview kind of document, it's probably harder for people to grapple with. But I certainly think, but it definitely has identified some particular issues, and one of them particularly is this. And certainly I was contacted by young people who live more in the northern part of the municipality to talk about the issues of lack of being able to afford venues, lack of youth programs in the north, and just lack of accessibility. Because I think while Oxygen, you said it is a fantastic place and it does need to be a hub and really humming with all sorts of activities, there is a need to also take activities to other parts where young people live, so it's more accessible. So anyway, that's all I'll say for the moment.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Councillor Martin?
Yes, just really briefly, and I'd like to thank all the officers who have worked on this. I've heard quite a lot about this strategy being holding the portfolio for youth at Moreland. I think one of the things that's really apparent is young people in our municipality wanting to become more engaged and to get more engaged with council. I think this strategy goes a long way to activating that, particularly enhancing voice and participation within council activities. I don't think this is the end of any strategic work by a long way. That we have a lot of stuff that's going to come out of this strategy. There's also other things that we can add in subsequent years, but I think this is a really good piece of work. And I would like to give a shout out to the Oxygen Youth Committee members for all of their work, in particular on this strategy. I know there was a lot of consultation and a lot of discussion as well. And so I think it's a credit to a lot of those people who are volunteering their time as committee members in this city to improve it for other young people. And I think that should be noted.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Are there any councillors that would like to speak against? You're speaking against?
No.
I'd like to propose a couple of amendments.
Yeah, Councillor Dorney has some amendments.
Is that okay if I go? Yeah. So my amendments, I'm totally supportive of the strategy. My amendments are just around, and they're things that I sort of raised back when before the draft was released for community. I've lost my words. Community consultation, and at 1.1, which currently just talks about, take a leadership role to partner and work strategically with all stakeholders to improve collective impact responses. I just wanted to add that it ends collective impact responses drawing from a strengths-based approach. Should we go one by one, or should I tell them all and then you'll tell me if you accept them?
Go through them all, yeah.
Okay. And then the 4.1, which is currently coordinate and research the wellbeing and resilience of young people in Moreland and support schools to respond to survey findings. I don't think that makes sense as a question and a statement. So my alternative is to research the wellbeing and resilience of young people in Moreland and support schools and other partners to respond to the research findings. And then replace 3.4, which is currently support a collective impact approach to the monitoring and evaluation of our joint work in partnership with key employment agencies to improve employment outcomes for young people. And collective impact is something that I was kind of banging on a bit about when we were releasing this for draft. We know that it's really
just give us the words. Sorry.
Support the delivery.
change?
Yes. Support the delivery of a collective impact approach to improving employment outcomes for young people in Moreland, which includes monitoring and evaluating the work. It should be, there's an error there. The work.
Did you have any other proposed amendments, Councillor Dorney?
That's all of them.
Okay, are they acceptable to...
I think so, but I'd like you to explain what a collective impact approach is, because it's sort of a bit of a jargonistic term.
It is, totally is, and I don't know how to say it any more simply without saying a lot more words, but when we have complex social problems, there's a lot of evidence in pulling together everyone. We might be all doing great things, and we might be doing things together, or we might be working in silos. So what a collective impact approach is a really well-researched model of working, addressing particular complex issues in a way that's really collaborative and has really strong high impact outcomes. While also, so it's really good partnership on actually.
I'm happy to incorporate.
Okay, and Councillor Martin, are you happy with those changes? Yep. Councillor, do you need to keep speaking?
No. Oh, well, I'm very supportive. It's a great strategy.
Okay. Councillor Tapanos, did you want to speak to the motion?
So that's been incorporated. I'm very supportive of the proposed amendments and the motion. It's great to see this strategy here before the council, a very important strategy, and I'm really glad that we have really strengthened the relationship with the service agencies, so that co-locating of facilities and working collectively as almost one umbrella under Oxygen and the Oxygen Youth Centre, I think has been a model that's been very, very successful, and I'm really pleased that that's been our learnings and we're further developing that. And obviously the Youth Committee has had a big part in this strategy. I'll just on a side note, just in the past when we had strategies from Oxygen like this one, we often had a lot of members of the Oxygen Youth Committee into the chamber speaking to council about the strategy, and I just feel that one of the greatest things about Oxygen has actually been that engagement of young people, and that engagement is not just consultation or developing the policy, but it's also presenting it to councillors, and I think that that is something that I would like to see continue into the future, and that maybe we should bring back, because I do think it's part of the civic participation which they want to have, and we should be encouraging them, and it's a learning experience as well to see how policy is made and to see their hard work actually be adopted in the chamber. So in every step of the way, I think what is so special about Oxygen is that participation, and I think that we need to bring that back and actually have the young people being the champions of this policy here, but also into the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tapanos. I'm going to put that to the vote now. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. I just want to remind councillors we'll need to get an extension of time fairly soon But we have 19 items to get through, so I would be being as indulgent as I have been, getting everybody up for a chat. So DBT 1519, Council Action Plan 2018-2019, Performance Report 4th Quarter 1 April, 1st of April to the 30th of June 2019. Councillor Kavanagh's on his
Remove
feet.
the office recommendation.
I know, I'm happy to second it. Councillor Kavanagh, would you like to
No.
speak? Me either. Look at us go. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour, declare that carried unanimously.
Let that be a masterclass.
That's all.
Yes.
No.
No. Right, done. Sorry.
DCF 6519, Morelands Affordable Housing Limited Memorandum of Understanding, Council Action Plan item.
I'd like to move this with an amendment.
Councillor Bolton, yes? Has the amendment been circulated?
Yeah, it was circulated earlier.
Yeah, excellent.
So, the amendment is so that the end of point 1, it says, instead of a full stop, it is a comma, with the addition of the following words at the end of background point C. And the words read that this land will remain in the ownership of council and isn't available to be sold by any entity that develops affordable housing on the land. And then an extra point 5, which was circulated, which is on screen, writes the chair and board members of the Moreland Affordable Housing Limited to advise that through the feasibility assessment process, consideration should remain of council's strongly held view that the council land should remain in the ownership of council and not be transferred to any entity that develops affordable housing on the land.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Do I have a seconder for...
that I can explain why.
Do I have a seconder?
No.
Councillor Tapanos.
So my reason for putting this forward and my reason for supporting this whole project of setting up this land trust to develop affordable or create affordable housing in Moreland, or more affordable housing, is that this would be hopefully affordable housing for the long term into the future, and that the public land, that is the council-owned land, not be sold off or transferred to an entity which could then flog it off for any old reason in the future. Now, we've seen over a few decades now, probably 20, 30 years, but it's hastened over the last 10 to 20 years, state governments all over Australia have been selling off public housing, or else they've been transferring public housing to not-for-profit housing associations which can sell off the land after 10 years. And in some cases, they have sold off the land after 10 years. And I very much believe that public land should remain public for the future. That's what we've all paid our taxes for. And in this case, it's council land, so it's ratepayers who've paid for it, and other residents of Moreland through, fees and charges and so forth. And I want to see this. This whole project is about affordable housing for the long term, in perpetuity, and that's what I want to see. I don't want to see affordable housing for a short period of time, and then, or for a period 10 years, or 20 years, and then suddenly it's flogged off to some developer to just make money. And while and it's not a new point, because in the foundation documents that we voted on in council, I made sure that incorporated in those documents was a clause that this would remain council land, that it wouldn't be sold off. So this is not a new point. I understand people's reticence with tampering with a memorandum of understanding, but it does have to come to council for a vote. We've got a right to make a decision. Otherwise, what's the point of there being an elected council we'd just be rubber stamps if we didn't have the right to change something. But this is not a change, it's really just making sure that what we've decided previously is in there. But in addition to that small point in the memorandum of understanding, that we also write to the chair and the board members to advise them of this, so that it doesn't get lost in the memorandum of understanding. but I think the point does need to be in the MOU because the current directors, they won't be there forever. They'll move on to some other job, and then maybe people might forget that this was council's purpose with this land.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Councillor Tapanos?
Yep, thank you, Mayor and councillors. I do specifically remember in our discussions, and it was almost hearing Councillor Bolton, I could almost visualise the original conversations that were had in regards to this, and they were specifically that, to create an entity to ensure that the land remains public. There have been many stories in the past in other municipalities of council ceding land to housing agencies who, after many years, of course, have gone on to restore, redevelop, sell, and then the original council saying, well, hang on, we didn't know that that was going to happen. We gave it away without doing our homework, without putting sufficient parameters. So in order to safeguard us from that, we went down this path of a housing trust. And it's great to see the progress that we've made so far. But in having made that progress and to wanting to be efficient in getting these projects over the line, we shouldn't forget one of the core reasons why this came about in the first place. And councillors, sometimes our community just asks for a little bit of consistency. And I will find it astonishing to see this council in particular that has run a campaign and advocated to the state government against the selling off of public land, to actually allow that to happen to its own land. I think that would be an irony in itself. So council, the community asks for a little bit of consistency. If you have that principle, then, and you apply it to the state government, apply it to yourself as well.
Thank you, Councillor Tapanos. Are there any councillors that would like to speak against this motion?
Why wasn't it incorporated?
Pardon?
Why wasn't it incorporated?
It is.
Oh.
I moved the motion with that.
Okay, Councillor Riley?
Yeah, thank you. I'm speaking this motion with some reservations this evening, and I just wanted to flag them in the debate, and that is that this is part of the problem when you set up a new entity. I'm now starting to get nervous, and I'm quite concerned about where Moreland Affordable Housing Limited is going. So unfortunately, the information I got back from officers today doesn't quite satisfy me, and obviously I'm open to more information and discussions about this, and particularly with the board. But I'm quite concerned about the heavy emphasis on housing associations in this plan, and that I'm not satisfied that other options, which include churches, philanthropics, not-for-profits, private sector with strong social responsibility purposes, aren't being reflected in this. And there are things like, just for an example, to give you quite a strong illustration, women who have very small superannuation, but they have some, who are going to be very poor and not able to be able to look after themselves beyond their retirement. This is well-founded research. Former councillors from this council have done the research, but I'm not sure, and I'm pretty sure that it's not being taken up in here, and I would need to be reassured about that. So I want to see models where people have some capital to be able to come in and look at models where we are actually providing some housing through the use of our land to provide that. The other thing I want to flag, and I'm also will do this when we're flagging foreshadowed motions, I'm going to be foreshadowing a motion where we actually invite discussions with our MAR Limited regarding having one of us appointed to the board, because that's what we do with series, that's what we do with a number of other bodies. Who are they? The AEF, Moreland Energy Foundation Limited. And right now my nervousness is going, I want to actually explore this more. I'm not suggesting that's what this motion is about. It's about getting on with the work, and I think that needs to happen, but I have quite a few reservations around it. And unfortunately the timing and the feedback today hasn't really satisfied me. So I'm mildly supportive, but I'm just flagging that there's some other questions that I really want to have answered about where we're going. And I'm sure that will happen. I have confidence that will happen. I'm just tonight feeling a little bit nervous about it.
Thank you.
Can I ask the director a question?
Yes, you may.
Yeah. I'm just trying to work out which director it is, but is this time? Is it important that this is pass tonight, or is time of the essence, or not?
Thank you. Through the chair, there is some timing pressure to resolve the MOU, and from that resolve funding to MAH to be able to continue the work that they're doing this financial year.
Thank you, Director. Acting Director.
Okay, I'm very nervous about the time, so I'm going to put it to the vote. So all those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Could I please have a motion for an extension of time? Councillor Kavanagh and Councillor Martin. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour, an extension? Declare that carried.
Can I just check we're allowed this extension and one more?
That's right. We've got to 11 and a bit of grace. DCI 1419, Weed Management Review, further report to DCI 7017. Councillor Riley?
I'll move it with an amendment that's number 4, which says that the council notes the officers are progressing an initiative to provide a sign to all residents currently on the no spray register and those who sign up to the register, noting that the resident is committed to maintaining the weeds on the public areas that abut the property, including footpaths, laneways, verges and gutters. I was going to ask for a report on this, but I've been reassured by officers that we're actually starting to do this work. So it's just a matter of noting that we're that work is actually progressing.
And Councillor Kavanagh's happy to second. Very good.
Thank you. So this is an important piece of work. There are lots of concerns around the way we manage weeds and also the chemical treatments that we're using, and we are on the right path to reducing that and looking at other alternatives. It's going to be a big cost, big impact on us, but I think noting this aspect of the no spray register might actually bring more people on board to actually help us manage the weed problem and activate their own street frontages and so on. I know some of my residents wouldn't agree with that. They think we need to do more of that work, but I'm more than happy for our residents to actually get active, particularly if they don't want the spraying. And I just think it's a good way, while we're looking potentially two years ahead before we go off using glyphosate and other chemical products, that we actually start to engage and look at other ways of working before we get there, so that we're actually transitioning sooner than later.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. Councillor Kavanagh?
Well, I'm happy with that.
Anyone like to speak against? Councillor Bolton? Never too late. We haven't voted.
Okay, I did circulate earlier. So I'd like to add a new point 1, and I think the point 1 might be acceptable to the mover and seconder. It is.
It's on the screen, so can I just check, Councillor Riley, is the new point 1 acceptable? Brings forward the time by about 8 months.
No.
Sorry.
Point 1 is more.
Sorry.
Talking about the effects.
Yeah.
Because we don't mention the effects on bees and.
Okay. So the point 2 is what I was referring to.
The point 2, my point 2 amendment might be more controversial.
So do you want to take them one at a time?
Do you want to read them out quickly?
I'll be happy. So the first one is notes the potential negative health impacts of glyphosate on residents, workers and bystanders, and notes the well-established negative impacts on bees and insect populations which are critical to agriculture and native ecosystems, as well as the development of weed resistance to glyphosate.
Yes, that's fine.
So I thought that might be acceptable. The point 2, my second amendment, which is to amend point 2, is to amend the timing, which is adopts a phased approach to ceasing the use of glyphosate products by January 2021. So it's not bringing it forward a whole year, but a few months.
8 months.
Can I ask, point 2 already says it'll be banned by 2021.
No, but it's August to January. So it's 8 months. So instead of 2021 in August, it would be 2021 in January.
No, that's not what it says.
It doesn't say that. Yeah.
So the very end of point 1 is August 20.
By August 2021.
I'm sorry, I'm ready.
Tis indeed.
I think I'd prefer to debate that rather than.
Yeah, okay.
And we've got a report in August. Oh, sorry. Do you have a seconder for your second amendment? Anybody like to second the second proposed amendment?
In order to debate.
Did you just?
No, I asked.
No, he's
Sorry.
Sorry.
I think for a while, a second.
Yeah. I think that might have lapsed, Councillor Bolton. So are there resolve not to. Anyone like to speak against? No. So I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour?
So the entire thing, right? Okay.
Of the whole thing, because
Sorry, I'm with you.
thank you.
Got incorporated. Yeah.
I declare that carried unanimously, and if it could be reported as unanimous. We still know what we're doing. DCD 2119, Clifton Park Protective Fencing, response to notice of motion 5518.
Can I, since the time, can I just move a deferral?
Yes.
You want justifications?
Let's just deal with it. Let's just move on.
That's the next meeting.
I need a seconder for a deferral.
Happy to second to hear justification.
Yeah, I'll have it a second.
I mean, it's a great report, and I think some really good outcomes have come from it in regards to assessing the actual pitch and the harness, and I think that's great. But I really, when we look, dot point 2 says advise the petitioners of the outcome of this, and I really would have hoped that they might have been advised beforehand and given the report and had an opportunity to actually come tonight and speak to us. So I just feel, from a consultation perspective, it would be nice to have the petitioners and some young users of the ground actually come and address us. I think that would be nice before we make the decision. So just on that alone, I think it would be nice to defer it, but give them an opportunity to actually view the report and give us some feedback before we adopt it. I don't see any urgency in this one, and considering the time of the day, of the night, I think it's the best way forward.
Would you like to speak in support of the deferral? Did you second it?
No, you don't.
Oh, we just vote.
You just
Is there a
vote.
seconder?
Is there a second?
Yes, I seconded it.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so we'll put this to the vote, the deferral of this report. All those in favour? Is your hand up or down, Councillor Yildiz? Up? Against? That's okay, we're just voting. Okay, so there won't be a deferral. Councillor Tapanos, did you want to move this report?
No.
Okay.
I'll move the report.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. I'm happy to second. Councillor Kavanagh, would you like to speak to it?
No.
I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Can I call for a division, please? Declare that lost. All those in favour? Councillor Yildiz, Councillor Martin, Councillor Kavanagh, Councillor Abood, Councillor Riley, Councillor Dorney, and Councillor Abood, Councillor Bolton. Don't swap with me.
You're just leaving.
Against? Councillor Tapanos and Councillor Afanli, you've abstained?
Yes.
Very good.
So you said lost. I think it's carried though.
Yeah.
Yes, it's carried. I'm lost.
That's all right.
Thank you. DBT 1619, Governance Report, August 2019, cyclical or cyclical, depending on where you grew up, report. Councillor Kavanagh, thank you. And Councillor Riley is happy to second. Councillor Kavanagh, would you like to speak to it?
Just to take disappointment that John didn't raise anything from the governance report this month. It was a privilege to have a question from that last month.
Well done. Councillor Riley. Anyone like to speak against the motion? Oh, you do want to speak?
I just briefly want to speak to it because this has got the reconciliation report in it, but I just wanted to point out that tomorrow evening there's a very important forum in the municipality which we're sponsoring around treaty at Brunswick. At the 33 Saxon Street site works. And given the importance of this and the commitment we've had to this over a very long time, actually, I think we agreed to it sometime. I actually won't quote the year, but for a very long time we supported it. So I think it's important that people be aware of it and invite people to come along. Best that you actually do a search online and purchase your ticket because they're free, but you need to book in, please.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. I'll now move to EMF 2819, discontinuance and sale of portion of road enclosed at 1 Essex Street, Brunswick. Do I have a mover? I'm happy to move it. Seconder? Councillor Riley's hand I saw. I'll reserve the right to speak. Councillor Riley, would you like to speak? I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Declare that carried. D. Sorry, I've gone backwards. EMF 2919, proposed right-of-way discontinuance and sale adjoining 1 to 7, 51 to 53 Middle Street, 45 to 51 Davies Street, and 6 to 10 Pimble. Is it Pimble or Pimble? Pimble? There's an extra I in this. Court in Hatfield.
I think you pronounce it
Oh.
Pimble, but it's spelled correctly.
Thank you. Councillor Kavanagh, did I?
I'll move that, but I think we need to put councillors' names in there in the likely event that we have objections. So I'm happy to be chair and probably put the other three Northwest Ward councillors if you like.
Happy with that?
Okay. Yep.
Happy? Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Martin.
And just to briefly say, amazed that that road has been on the register since 1850.
Wow. That's why
Yeah,
you're the
in Hatfield.
historian.
Yeah, 1850.
Anyone like to speak against? Put that to the vote. All those in favour, declare that carried. DBT 1719, contract 792T, provision of corporate catering services tender award. Councillor Martin.
So I'd just like to move a slightly amended version.
Yep.
Apologies, councillors, I did circulate this very late. It was following one of our other debates. I'm happy to read out what my additional dot point 4 is, if it pops up on the screen potentially.
I'm happy to second it.
I think I might have sent it through just previously.
I'm seconding.
I'll read it out for those in the gallery because it's not written down. It's adding, so this is on the provision of our catering contract. It's adding a fourth dot point that reads, notes that Council declared a climate emergency in September last year, that emissions come from a variety of sectors within Council's control, and that a climate emergency declaration means taking action subsequent to making the declaration. The latest update of Australia's national greenhouse gas inventory shows agricultural emissions account for 12.9% of Australia's greenhouse gas emissions. That indirect and direct emissions from livestock account for large amounts of these emissions, and that there are known benefits to an individual's health and well-being from eating a vegetarian diet and diets with less meat and more vegetables. As a result, Council commits to only receiving meat-free catered meals on Mondays at all Council functions and events, including councillor briefings.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Would you like to speak to the motion? I'm seconding it.
Okay, so the reason, and this came up in debate before when we were talking about making a climate emergency declaration, one of the things that we've done as a council is making the declaration. Agricultural emissions account for a large percentage of that. If anyone's read the latest IPCC report, have seen the latest documentary with David Attenborough, it's evident that agricultural emissions need to be reduced for us to actually stop us getting to 1.5 degrees, let alone 2 degrees Celsius. What this does is council has very, very limited sphere of influence in the agricultural space, especially being an inner city council. One of the things that we can do, recognising that this is not for all meals all the time. This is essentially moving a motion of meat-free Mondays for council. It's something that it's within our sphere of influence, and I think all of us will probably be a hell of a lot healthier for it. So that's my rationale.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. As the seconder, I'll also speak to it. Sorry, Councillor Tapanos. I think it's important to stress here that, for me personally, I'm getting contact from people saying that we've declared a climate emergency, but what are we actually doing at council to respond to the declaration? We're talking about 1 meal out of 21. That's if you only eat 3 meals a week, 3 meals a day. And I think it's acceptable that we put our mouths where our money is on this one and make the commitment. We're not asking meat eaters to stop eating meat. I'm a meat eater and I won't be eating meat, but I'm happy to go veggie for this 1 meal. This is just about committing to make a very small change to show that we are conscious about our consumption of meat. because of the impact that growing meat has on the planet.
Can I? Yeah, I think you might need some advice on when they.
Can I just seek clarity? The awarding of the contract, there are two contracts. There's a contract A, which is daytime meals, and there's contract B, which is nighttime meals.
Yeah, so the motion, as I wrote it, was to apply to all meals served on a Monday.
Okay, so just
Monday evening or daytime or both.
All meals on
both.
Whenever you order catering from
So
on a
for
Monday.
both caterers.
Yeah.
So just if I can just finish speaking, and I know everyone will want to speak to this because they do. I think that for us councillors, we eat a meal here in the evening on a Monday night. We're talking from our perspective about the evening meal, and I think that there's not that much eating goes on around here during the day in terms of day meetings and day catering and that sort of thing. So I think we are talking about that one Monday evening meal. Against? I think Councillor, did you? Okay, Councillor Yepis.
I find this, gee Dale, there's some things that we've voted on, but this one is probably one of the most ridiculous, I've got to be honest. When a councillor and a mayor of a council tried to do this, I think it was the front page of every paper. I won't go into detail as to what he did, but I think Lavros knows, and if you're sitting here know that.
What they do?
No comment. Don't worry about that. But the fact that, hey, some of us like meat. I mean, if we can choose to eat it or not. I mean, some of us only come to maybe one briefing every 2 weeks anyway, because we've got commitments and whatever. But we actually look forward to being able to join our fellow colleagues and have a decent meal. But to actually say to the caterers, you cannot serve meat on a Monday, because we're going to have a massive impact on greenhouse gas. I find that interesting, and I'm laughing because it's actually really funny. I can't believe you could even move something like this, but I reckon the leader's going to have a feast on this one. Excuse the pun.
I'd pay that pun, actually. Councillor Kavanagh?
Yeah, I rise to speak against the motion. I know you've said that it was 2 meals out of 21, but it's actually 1 meal out of 2 that we have at council in a weekly thing, so it's actually half the meals. I actually also think we should be supporting Australian farmers, including Australian livestock farmers. I think it's important. I think it's an important industry. As for health benefits, I mean, subject matter. Look at this. I mean, meat's fantastic. I mean, what further evidence do you need that it's a healthy diet? Like, seriously, that's a subject matter. So I'll be foreshadowing that this is unsuccessful. I'll be moving the original officer recommendation.
Thank you, John. In support? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just going to put it to the vote. All those in favour? Oh, sorry. Yes. Against?
Yes.
Well, I need to hear from somebody in support.
I'm happy to support this. Look, I understand this is, it's really going to hit where it hurts, in the solar plexus. I've actually went to a series debate a couple of years ago as when I was on the board there and when I first became councillor, and it was actually, this is the debate, that series should go meat-free. And I was on the other side. I argued that it shouldn't. But my argument was very much about reducing meat and also acknowledging the huge impact that agriculture has on our planet. And I just think that if anyone woke up this morning and listened to the news and you heard the debate going on around Tuvalu and our Pacific, and you actually really drove home what's going on on our planet and the risk to people trying to grow their veggies on a little island in the Pacific, and the impact that cows and all those animals have on our greenhouse emissions, it is significant and it is major. So I know that our culture around eating is really important to us, and I think I value that too. I just think in this way, I'm not trying to engineer anything except to get people more conscious about it and to be realising that we are in an emergency and we really do need to think about it. So it's just about reinforcing that for me. If you want to bring your own meat and eat it, please do, but it just won't be on the council agenda if it gets passed. It won't be on the council menu, I should say.
Thank you, Councillor Farnley.
Thank you, Chair. Look, all jokes aside for a moment, I often hear from councillors about good governance and talk about a shocking example. I mean, This is a contract that we've gone out to get response from businesses. We've said these are the limitations of the contract, this is what it needs to fit into. They've put time and effort into responding to that contract. Then as a last minute we're trying to adopt it, we're changing what we're actually expecting from that contract. I mean, if this was a road and we go out to businesses to go construct a road, we have a clear brief on what we want from that road. It comes back to councillors with a recommendation on who should build that road, and then we move on the night, well, what should I paint the road pink? You know, just completely something different. It doesn't make any sense. Good governance would be for this to be raised before this comes as a contract awarding. So just from a governance perspective, I'll be voting against this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Farnley. I just wanted to ask a question about whether it would be satisfactory to say not beef.
What? Where? What?
No. Okay. Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Not beef, rather than no meat.
I just would like to speak in favour of the motion.
Thank
I
you,
think that this is something that isn't complicated in terms of the contractors being able to actually look at addressing. When you look at the international best practice evidence on the top 100 things people can do to reverse global warming and climate change, number 4 is actually starting to eat, not telling people what to eat and that you can't eat any meat, but just touching on Councillor Riley's point that eating more plant-based meals, we know is number 4 out of the top 100 things in the whole world that have been measured that we can actually do to start to turn this thing around. So I think that as councillors we can lead the way and lead by example, demonstrating what is possible by cutting meat out of one day of the week. I don't think it's a big deal in the scheme of how many meals we have each week. And it really starts to, it just sends those little messages on leadership and what's possible. I think we need that now, the community needs that now, and I don't see any harm in it.
Thank you,
I don't have
Councillor.
any puns, sorry.
One night a week.
Quiet from the gallery, please. Councillor Tapanos.
No, in all seriousness, I think the best and valid point that's been raised tonight is Councillor Farnley in regards to there might be some contractors here who specialise in a particular cuisine, who specialise in a particular meal, who just don't have the vegetarian options available. And I do think it is moving the goalposts at a serious point, at a decision point of awarding the contracts. On a less serious note, I also don't think that we should be telling people, particularly our staff and other community organisations who may use our facilities and have co-sponsored events and therefore they are council events, what to cook and what to eat. I just don't think it's the role of this council. If it was purely us at our briefings, I would be happier with that, although I doubt whether vegetarian meal can get us through the very long briefings that we have. But look, I do think that it's just a step too far to be telling people and our staff that you must eat this because of our ideology. Now, I've always thought that some councillors here were very ideologically driven at every one of their decisions, and I think this proves my point. And I just think that we need to calm back down, be a little bit more serious, have a look at the contract obligations, and really, not support things that is going to make it difficult for some people and really going to make it difficult to police, make it difficult for our facilities people, and raise so many questions as to why can't I serve meat on Monday. It's not even for religious grounds. If it was Tuesday and Fridays, I can probably understand. But I mean, what gives us the right to determine someone else's diet? And I dispute that not having meat is healthier. Sometimes it's sugars and excessive carbohydrates that is actually unhealthy, not proteins. So, I mean, look, people can have different views. I just think that this is an area that we should just stay well away of. And we're probably not going to save the planet by just stopping eating meat on Monday.
Thank you, Councillor Tapanos. Councillor, is there anyone that would like to speak? Would you like to close?
Can we get to close? Yeah.
You've got 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Thank you. So, isn't it amazing how desperate everyone is to hang on to that one dish? out the back there, we've got 4 or 5 dishes every council briefing. There's 4 or 5 of them, and one of them's a livestock protein. It's not difficult.
1/5.
It's so it's 1/5 of 1/21st of the meals that councillors will be consuming. It really isn't that hard to do. As a council that has declared a climate emergency, we know all of the facts, we know all of the information. I just think that this is a simple gesture that we can do as councillors. We can't be going around expecting our residents to be reducing their emissions without first trying to reduce our own. This is not across every single meal, across every single day. What we're talking about here is just one day of the week. And at the end of the day, we'll probably end up saving ratepayers money because we'll be buying the vegetarian option, which is usually a lot cheaper than the meat option. So I really do think that what this is a simple gesture that council can do within our sphere of influence to actually say we are serious about tackling the emergency that we face. And I hope that my fellow councillors support me on this one.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against?
Can I have that? Division. Seriously.
That was just carried on the casting vote.
You need to be one. No, it's not. No.
You got the number.
5. Oh.
Where's Anna, which is, well, it wouldn't matter with Anna anyway.
Nothing. We need to have a division. So all those in favour: Councillor Bolton, Councillor Dorney, Councillor Riley, Councillor Abood, Councillor Martin.
Yeah.
And against?
Looks like there's going to be a lower attendance at briefings.
Can't get much lower. Councillor Tapanos, sorry, Councillor Yildiz, Councillor Tapanos, Councillor Kavanagh, Councillor Afanley. Okay, better move on. I need to have an extension of time, please, councillors.
I'm happy to move.
Councillor Kavanagh and Councillor Riley.
Where we're going to, I'm voting against.
Put that to the vote. All those in favour?
Sorry.
So, Councillor Kavanagh and Councillor Riley. And we'll move on to the notices of motion, and Councillor Kavanagh has his.
The first one's mine, Shore Reserve Showdown. I think it's self-explanatory. A football game takes place between parents at Pascavale South Primary School, Coburg West Primary School. It was held last Sunday, and this motion is to refund the ground hire fees and permit fees and to do the same for them next year.
And a seconder?
I have a second.
I'll take Councillor Yildiz since he's
Yeah,
from
I'll
the
second.
pitch.
Thank you.
Would you like to speak to it any more, Councillor
No, I
Kavanagh?
think that's just self-explanatory.
Okay, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Councillor Tapanos, did you abstain, or are you just telling the world the good news?
I guess I abstained.
Okay.
Oh no, I'm in favour of this.
Yep.
All right, it doesn't matter.
Okay. Notice of motion 3919, ensuring exceptional public art outcomes in the Balmoreland level crossing project.
So yeah, this
Councillor
is
Riley?
exactly about that. Try and make sure that in the advocacy work we do with the LXR.
I'll get you a seconder.
Yeah, I'll second.
Councillor Kavanagh, thank you.
Councillor Kavanagh, that we ensure that we get clarity around this in our advocacy role, because some of the art outcomes in other places haven't been very well achieved. And this is really important. I just also want to put a plug in there for any social enterprises that haven't already got in touch with us, that they should, because we're also doing some work around that with the LXRP works that are due to come, and most cities have lost all of the opportunities with that, where there's been a percentage allocated to social enterprises. And had we been a bit more cognizant of this, we would have started this work a year or two ago. So in many cases, those companies have just written that off and paid that off as a bad debt. And we need to be making sure that we offer that social enterprise work to as many groups in our community, because we need to promote enterprise, like we were talking earlier on Sydney Road. It's a really important part of our work. So I just wanted to get that in while we're talking about this, as well as the art. So excuse me for crossing wires, but it's all about the LXRP and getting the best outcomes for our community.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. Councillor Kavanagh?
I just had to tell the story that the former manager of cultural development, Tim Brewer, at his retirement was responsible was here for 32 years or something, responsible for libraries, responsible for public art. And at his retirement, he said the one thing he'd learnt throughout his entire period was public art was best viewed in the privacy of your own home. I thought it was a great life.
Any councillors like to speak against? I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Next is me, notice of motion 4019, support for Amnesty International. Could I have a seconder? Councillor Riley's hand I saw first. I won't speak to it because I've spoken to it before and it's very straightforward. Councillor Riley, would you like to speak? Put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. We've already had notice of motion 4119, so I'll move on to notice of motion 4219, a public recycling facility in Victoria. Councillor Bolton?
So this is state government, or that we advocate to the state government that it builds its own public recycling processing facility in Victoria to deal with the recycling crisis. And secondly, we contact the Municipal Association Victoria and the Victorian Local Government Association seeking support to lobby the federal government to amend the Product Stewardship Act to restrict the destructive practices of corporations such as producing unnecessary packaging which needs to be thrown away by consumers and making products which have to be thrown away because they can't be repaired.
I'm happy to second.
Over there. Dale.
Oh, Dale. Go. Sorry.
Okay, this is, I'm putting this forward because we've got a waste crisis, and I also firmly believe that we're not going to be able to recycle ourselves out of this crisis. We need legislation that prevents corporations from putting all this rubbish around stuff that we're forced to throw away. Some of it's recyclable, some of it's not. But even if it is recyclable, it's a total waste of resources and creating or making things that can't be repaired, so we're forced to throw them away, so built-in obsolescence. So I think that part is important. I know this is just a lobbying thing, but I think we do need to raise awareness about the need to stop things at the point of production rather than just, you know, wasting all those resources and having to recycle or chuck away at the end. But the other thing is, you know, it's not only SKM. Okay, SKM has been exposed for its appalling practices. It's had these fires at its recycling plants, etc. Not all of the recycling companies are as bad as that. But why has Australia been shipping its shit overseas all of this time? And I understand that even Visy, the company that Moreland uses, they're implicated in the Indonesian waste scandal, where it's not only Visy but other companies as well. Ones that haven't been as prominent in the media as SKM were implicated in the Indonesian waste scandal. So it's in a range of countries in Asia where Australia's been shipping its waste off to, and so really we need a public facility. And after all of these recycling fires, I don't trust any of the private facilities. I think it's got to be a publicly owned facility which is run in a safe manner for the workers as well as for the local community.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. As the seconder, I just would like to commend the motion. Are there any councillors that would like to speak against?
Oh, no. I want to speak in favour, but I want to foreshadow an amendment.
Yep, we're running out.
I want to foreshadow amendment after point 1, after facility, that we consider and or resources the establishment of such facilities for private providers to improve competition in the sector, comma. And I don't think that'll be acceptable to Councillor Bolton, but it might be to the seconder. But anyway, probably if we could debate it, that would be good.
It's not acceptable to me.
So you need a
That's been the
seconder.
problem.
You need a seconder for the amendment, and I can't second it because I'm the seconder to the substantive. Oh, you're second. Oh, you're seconder. Sorry, I forgot.
So
what was yours? Sorry.
So
yeah, just to repeat that. So that I'm happy for this to go up for a public recycling proposal, but I think it would be also judicious of us to suggest that we should try and resource the establishment of such facilities for private providers to improve competition in the sector, which is what the argument's been about. So I know it's countering what Councillor Bolton's saying, but I don't think we're going to get to a full public system, and I just think what we do need to do is get more get the infrastructure right so that the providers are actually well supported.
sorry, can I just interrupt you? Could we get the words resources? What was the next bit?
I beg your pardon. The establishment
Government provide resources to the private companies, or
of such so resources the establishment of such facilities for private providers to improve competition in the sector. So we need more public recycling processing, more recycling.
Hang on, just slow down for a sec. Establishment of such facilities
for private providers to improve competition in the sector.
resources the establishment for private providers.
Resources for
That, are you saying funds? Could you just clarify what you mean by resources the establishment of such
The
facilities
motion says
for
builds
private?
its own public, and I'm just saying that we should look at also other resourcing to provide, to improve the recycling system for all up. If it's not provided publicly, that we actually get the right infrastructure there.
Yep.
sort of a bit along the same lines as the Mayor. Are you talking about the government resourcing private providers?
Yeah, well, to get the infrastructure in place, because this is, sorry, it sounded like, part of the problem at the moment, we've got this fund that they're not spending to actually, well, they've started to expend some of it, and some of the councils that are actually desperately trying to get their recycling rebooted. If they spend that money to improve the recycling infrastructure, whether it's provided publicly or through the private sector, it would actually mean that we actually get a better system, that we're actually processing it onshore. So it's about making sure that we get them established and set up so that we can run the system more effectively.
Councillor Bolton?
Not acceptable to me.
Sure. Do you have a seconder?
Yep, Councillor Martin.
I'm happy to second the alternate. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah,
Councillor Farnley.
Happy to second that.
Councillor Martin seconded the substantive.
Makes a lot of
Okay.
sense.
I don't think I need to speak on
No,
that.
I think we can
No.
vote on that.
Okay, so would you like to speak to it?
No, let's go with that.
So,
I'd like to speak against.
so
We're going to vote.
you may.
I think the critical thing that's missing is there's all sorts of government handouts to these shonky private organisations, and it is all of these, these private organisations that have been, I mean, some of them have been, the stockpiling and the fires is not a result of China sending the rubbish back to Australia. Some of it is stockpiling, waiting for the price to go up. And that's what's causing the fire hazard in some of these plants. I just think we've seen a litany of disasters in this area, and certainly people in the northern suburbs of Melbourne have suffered umpteen fires in just, the last 4 years. I just think it's clear that these companies have no regard for public health. And I think what's missing is a public facility. And I'm dead against the government just throwing money, more government handouts to these private companies, which are treating human beings who live near them and work, doing the recycling work, and it's not very pleasant work, treating us like rubbish. So I'm dead against this. I think that is the problem, is that this has all been in the hands of private companies. And I think it needs to be something public and accountable.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. I just want to remind councillors that we're down to the wire about coming back tomorrow, so we might need to be a bit more swift than we have been.
11.
Well, we can go to 11 o'clock. You can go a further 10 minutes if you'll conclude the agenda in those 10
And that
minutes.
includes the confidential as well, doesn't
You
it?
cannot go into the 10 minutes and not finish the agenda.
Thank you.
Let's go to the vote.
So I'm going to put the amendment to the vote. All those in favour? Against? So I declare the amendment carried. And now we'll return to the substantive. Councillor Martin, would you like to speak?
No.
Okay, so I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. Okay. 4319, Moreland Primary School crossing onto Carl Street, Coburg. Councillor Bolton.
I'll just be very quick. This is about investigating measures to make this school crossing outside Moreland Primary School safer on Carl Street.
And I'm
Just
happy to
leave it at that.
second.
If people want to ask me any questions, okay. There is one slight modification.
The change is there.
Is that it comes back to council.
Yep,
Yeah.
change is there.
I'm happy to second that one, if no one else has.
Okay, Councillor Kavanagh? And you're happy for me not to speak? Councillor Kavanagh, would you like to speak? Or put that to the vote. All those in favour? Declare that carried. Sorry, it's like watching Monkey. Sorry, Ali.
Oh, Mayor.
Notice of motion 4419, shovel-ready projects online list.
Yes, Mayor. This is born out of the recent conference at ALGA, attended by yourself, myself, Councillor Dorney, and the former Chief Executive Officer, Dr. Di Lorenzo.
And Councillor Yildiz.
And Yildiz, sorry, my bad. And if there are any questions, I'm happy to respond to them. Pretty straightforward motion.
Seconder?
I'm happy to second.
I actually saw Councillor Bolton then. Sorry, Councillor Kavanagh.
Happy to just yield my time and answer any questions if there are.
So we'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Notice of motion 4519, recreation facility design grants. Councillor Farnley.
Thank you, Mayor.
Seconder?
Just quickly on this one. Oh,
Councillor Tapanos.
just quickly on this, if you Google Corangamite facility design grants, you'll see that other councils are looking to help contribute funding, like we do with other funding, to local sports clubs to try and get their vision to redesign or rebuild or redevelop their facilities up and running. So this is calling for a report to outline the viability of introducing that category and see if this is something that we could pursue.
Great, thank you. Councillor Tapanos, do you need to speak?
No.
We'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Notice of motion 4619, call for safety and protection of sacred trees on Jaburong country. Councillor Dorney, do you have a seconder?
Okay. Oh, do I have a seconder?
Councillor Bolton.
This motion, the actual motions outlined in this notice of motion have changed quite a bit since I initially submitted it, just with new information and a deeper understanding of the issue. So is this the new, are these the alternatives? Yes, thank you. So should I read those out?
No, that's okay. You can nominate the councillors though.
Okay, so nominates councillors, so myself, Councillor Dorney, Councillor Bolton, yeah, and anyone else interested? Yeah.
Well, can we just add that in there? Any others who wish to go?
Yeah.
Leave it open?
Or maybe it should just
Can we
read
just say
nominates
any-
interested councillors
Yeah, totally.
as representatives.
Yeah.
Thank you. Very good.
Yep. I've got a seconder to the
Yep,
Yep,
go
so
for
I can
last.
talk. Okay, right. So what we have is a situation right now where the traditional owners of Jaburong country, just near Ararat, are standing their ground as the government close in on a project which will see a 12-kilometre stretch of duplication of highway, which is something that is needed. It's definitely recognised that it's needed, but what it does is cut through 12 kilometres of sacred Aboriginal grounds. The traditional owners are standing their ground demanding these sacred songlines along this stretch be preserved. such spiritual, cultural and emotional assets that include an 800-year-old tree that has seen over 50 generations born inside the hollow of her trunk, and 350-year-old directions tree that has been shaped and resembles a woman. Now, I think we can't quite grasp the actual ancient concepts and the cultural concepts associated with this as white folk. I speak for myself when I say that. But songlines are very important to Aboriginal cultural and practice. And this holds around 3,000 trees, 200 of which are actually deemed sacred by the traditional owners. These sacred trees particularly are really important navigational tracks, which when combined together as landscape markers form what becomes songlines that elders and other members of the Aboriginal traditional owners of that land sing. Within that, it tells stories about knowledge, cultural values and wisdom of Aboriginal people. So what's really important here to note is that this doesn't actually need to happen. There is a clear alternative. The traditional owners have an alternative that they're putting forward and they're wanting to negotiate, and they're really standing their ground. I think at a time where the Victorian government is really calling for treaty and has made really good inroads into treaty, this compromises the whole thing. For Moreland, we've got a treaty discussion just tomorrow night. I think that we are able to stand in solidarity and look at calling on the Minister of Transport Infrastructure, Minister for Roads and Premier Andrews to halt work, so looking at actually opposing that the destruction and forced removal of the 3,000 trees, including within this whole songline landscape. I think recognising the act of the devastating emotional, physical and spiritual effects of the traditional owners of this land will have, if removed, and that extends to other Aboriginal people as well. The decision to remove the trees compromises treaty and actually calling on the government to really halt these works and sit down with the traditional owners to negotiate a really appropriate alternative.
Thank you, Councillor Dorney. Councillor Bolton.
Just be very brief, because I'm not sure how many minutes we've got before the meeting has to end. There is something important in the confidential area. There was a worldwide outcry when the fire damaged the Notre Dame Cathedral, and that fire and there was sorrow around the world, and people started fundraising and so forth to try and fix the cathedral because of the cultural sort of role it plays in France and broader communities in Europe and around the world. And I think that the worldwide reaction to that really, showed up in a very stark way how certain things have been really valued by society, but there has been a totally different reaction to the saving of a whole sacred area, including the 800-year-old trees, and the preservation of the songlines. And so there is a double standard about the willingness to preserve some sacred sites and the willingness to preserve other sacred sites that are connected to the Aboriginal community. And I think given that Moreland has pledged to support treaty, to support reconciliation, to have a relationship with First Nations people in Moreland, both Wurundjeri but also dispersed First Nations who live within Moreland, I think this is quite important. There is an alternative route, a northern route, which has been identified by Vic Roads, but they decided to choose the quicker, easier route, which goes straight through the heart of this area. And in a lot of ways, it is just like putting a massive highway straight through the middle of the cemetery down the road, Faulkner Cemetery. It is exactly the same sort of thing. And there would be an absolute outcry if they tried to put a road through the middle of Faulkner Cemetery. But meanwhile, there is obliviousness from the government to the impact of a road through a sacred area like this.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Are there any councillors that would like to speak against this motion? Councillor Kavanagh.
Okay, just very briefly. Number one, I hope that the Aboriginal people are successful in this, but I'm only voting against it because I see no relationship with Moreland. I see 200 kilometres from Moreland. I'm sure there's compulsory acquisitions going all over the state. I just don't see the relationship with Moreland. I hope the people are successful in maintaining the trees, but I just can't see why Moreland would be involved.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor Dorney, would you like to close the debate?
Only just to say that this does include Moreland because we're part of a bigger picture in which displacement, oppression of Aboriginal people has happened here. We've got people that live in Moreland that have come from all over the country. Particularly in Victoria, we have a displaced Aboriginal community, so we could easily have people from Djab Wurrung living with us in Moreland. But the bigger picture is around treaty, and this is something that the people are really saying, and the Aboriginal community is small and very connected. And by saying that, I think that the simple act of us sending a letter, we're also acting some practical support, but it's not offering a large amount of money. It's a simple act of saying that we respect and acknowledge what's going on here, and we don't support it, and we continue, particularly that there is an alternative, ready to go. So.
Thank you, Councillor Dorney. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Councillor, have you abstained, and have you abstained, Councillor Farnley? Thank you. Okay. I'll move to notices of rescission. There are none. I'll move to foreshadowed items. There are none. I'll move to urgent business. There is none. So I'll now close the meeting to the public. And if I could have a motion, please, to close the council meeting to the public in accordance with section 89(2) of the Local Government Act 1989. Councillor Kavanagh. And a seconder, Councillor Riley. I'll put that to the vote. Declare that carried. Riley. I'd like to thank the gallery attendees and also those watching and live streaming for your interest in council matters, and respectfully request that the public kindly leave the chamber, and I wish you all a good night. And the meeting was closed at 3 minutes to 11.